Final Fantasy Tactics yesterday, so let's listen to that soundtrack. All right. I think we're all set. Man, I did a bunch of changing and editing, and I think we're okay. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I need to...
Hello there.
All right, that doesn't help. Okay. All right. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm still grappling with this. There we go. Actually, it's not. It's tea points. Whatever. Have some tea. Okay. Yeah, the add music thing isn't a thing anymore. I deactivated that. Okay. It's all right. Taking care of that. All right. Hope you're all having a good one. Hey, let's do... All right. Okay. Sorry. I'm here. It's taking a little bit. Too much going on. Okay. Hey, we got a stream streak. Let's do it. Lumi, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. You know what that means. 30 stream streak. Thank you so much. Come on, streakers. There's one. Oh! That was 30 something. And 1 to grow. You got 2 Gojos. How did that happen? Lumi, thank you for the 30 stream streak. I only got half of my cleaning. No chungo. It's all 1%. It's all 1% chance. So, you know, 2 Gojos. I know. That was crazy. We've got 3 rare streakers in the mix now. They each have a probability of 1% each time. So you sort of have a 3% chance. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but and they hit awfully close together too. Well, we are making good progress. Oh, I forgot. Hold on, let me say hi to everyone here. I think I missed Kaz. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Goshi and Lumi. Hope you guys are all doing well. I started the bind off. I started the bind off yesterday, so that's cool. So we're into the area where we're going to start decreasing. You can see we've done the initial bind off here. All right. Okay. So Boy, I keep losing these. So we're well on our way. Unfortunately, the decreasing doesn't chew into cables for like 8 more rows. So from the time savings of having to do fewer cables, it takes a while. It takes a while before we start to see anything come of that. But the bind off itself loses us like 10 stitches immediately. And where the bind off, or sorry, the decreasing does this thing for the first so many rows. We do a decrease on the front and back. And so we really start decreasing rapidly. So rapidly get fewer stitches, which means the rows go faster and faster. And then again, as we chew into cables, it goes even faster because the cables take the longest to deal with. All right. So yeah, after we raided pork yesterday, I did some knitting and got to the bind off phase, or the initial bind off. So we are well on our way. We're trying to finish this piece in the next week or so, because I want to have the sweater done by the middle of December. About 2 weeks now. This is the end of the month. Oh, this is the end of the month. Oops. We should be doing giveaways. All right, we're not going to do the giveaways. I'm going to save the data. If you have, I should wait. I'll wait. If you have a subscription to announce and you want T points for that, this is your last day to do that for the month. Otherwise, it'll go towards December. And I need to definitely have way too much going on here. Okay. We're on B18. My rings. B18. Okay, 3 and 6. Daioh, how are you doing? Hi, Team Bingo. Hey, what'd you win? Three, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. The satisfaction of winning. There you go. Or, wait a minute. That's what I wanted. Close enough. Pancake. on the backside? How are you doing today, Daioh? Oh, I need to remember to cancel. Okay. I got a lot of stuff that I need to remember to do. This is not good. I need to cancel my flight before it happens. Okay, so we're gonna knit, and then we're gonna purl. Purl 2. And then knit 1. And then knit, slip, knit. You started a deep clean of your apartment, clean for 3 hours, and it looks the same. Yeah. Well, your place is probably cleaner than mine. I got to clean a little bit of down here, but I didn't get near done. I did a little bit of the cabling, but not near what I wanted to be able to do. So I still have a bunch of stuff to clean up on my computer setup. I said it before, I need a whole week. I need a whole week. But I wish you luck in deep cleaning. I've got a whole pile of junk in my kitchen that I'm pitching. Making room for more junk. Getting rid of old junk. Okay, that was row 114. That was our second bind off row. So now we're going to be doing a bunch of decreases. I wanted to double check where we are here. Okay. So the A sections are 9 stitches, the B sections are 23, and the C sections are 19. So we've got 9. Sorry, we've got 5 A sections, so that's 45 stitches there. Okay. Plus 23 times 2. Wait a minute. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay. 36 plus 46 plus 45. 120. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. So plus 15. Okay, it's 142. How am I off again? Okay. Maybe I... Oh, I did 19 times 2 wrong. Okay, no, we're good. 38. I did 36. Okay. 38 plus 46 plus 45. 129 plus 15. Okay, no, we're good. All right, good. Phew. All right. No, I had made the mistake last time of when I bound off that I didn't bind off enough stitches. Right, it said bind off 5, and I like removed 5 stitches, but that was technically only binding off 4. So I did it correctly this time, and I'm like, why am I off 2? But we're fine. Okay. Because we're about to decrease 4 stitches over the next 2 rows, and that will get us to 140, which is where the number where we need to be. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go. Knit 2. Roll 1. And then we're going to purl 2 together in the back loops. I think I was knitting a lot tighter this time around because I was supposed to be at 18.5 inches based on where the row count I was. That's where I was last time. And I was technically at like 16. So I did some stretching and it got to like 18, but it's like, yeah, I'm definitely a lot tighter. Now, the first piece took a lot longer to do, and I think I was just I think I was naturally stretching it a lot. Okay, let me not do that again. We rapidly have eliminated the basket weave section. Which is nice. So we're largely into the, well, we got a few rows before the basket weave section is completely gone. But again, since we're decreasing on both ends and on both sides, we're going to rapidly be eliminating the number of stitches that we're doing. So. This isn't crochet, we can stretch it, and when whimsy takes over? I mean, isn't that what blocking is? Okay. All right, we got 2 cables in this section. The first one is going to go in back. Blocking. The magical cure-all. I didn't think we had choir this morning, and I woke up I didn't set my alarm. I didn't wait, you know, I woke up late. And about 10 minutes before that I normally show up for choir practice, I note like, hey, wait a minute. It looks like we've got choir today. So I like threw on everything as quickly as possible and I headed out. I was maybe like 15 minutes late to the start, but that's usually like warm-up period anyway, so it was fine. I'm like, oh, that was close. I don't normally do that. I think it was because it was a holiday weekend. It felt like, oh yeah, we're not gonna be having choir. And then also it's weird this year, right? Because today's actually the first day of Advent in November. You don't normally have that happen, so that's another oddity. Let's see, this is A3 and C3. Yeah, so the good news is this is a row where we can just knit over the honeycomb. Okay. Hey, pork! Yes, infinite cables. How you doing? Ooh. Oh, it's Shell's birthday today? Oh, happy birthday. Keeping it nice and chill. Sounds good. Made us breakfast after making her sleep in for a few more hours. Nice. doing chores, make your day a bit easier. Aw, very nice. Thank you. Oh, I hope the day's been lovely. I'm like crowding the screen here. All right, there we go. Better spirits today? Well, I hope you guys get some good news this week. You got 1 month left. Okay. What's the if I may ask, or if you don't want to share, understood. But like what's the backup plan there? Mm-hmm. We have to plan E at this point? Don't have any more. Oh, alright. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. We've got anonymous follow alerts here, so feel free to lurk or say howdy, whatever you're comfortable with. We're just gonna be working on this sweater piece here for the next hour or so. More Cantarians. Okay. Let's see. Cable, this is in back, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be swapping these two. So these three going back. We knit these three. Excuse me. Hey Kaz, yeah, the add T thing that you did doesn't work. That's not a thing right now. I forgot to turn it off. And I can't give channel points out, so T is the next best thing. Cantarpia? Oh, thank you. I I was cleaning up around here, which means like dust is flying around. So it's a bit technically cleaner, but it's a lot of the dust is in the air now. Maria, again, welcome. You feel that? Adjusting everything. Oh yeah, you work. Yeah, it's that moment where you're like, ugh. There's so much so many areas where like, oh, I haven't dusted here in it forever. Hey, we got a watch streak. All right, hold on. Let me finish this. Cable section. All right. Nine years, same place. You forget some of the corners. Oh yeah. I just cleaned out an area that I'm like, oh, I forgot I had that. I was in the kitchen at this area that's just like really poorly designed. Lots of things. Anyway, I'm like, oh yeah. Anyway, okay, we got a watch streak. Let's go. Let's pause the music here. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Early streaker. We got a 5-stream watch streak. Let's celebrate the watch streak by streaking with our streakers. Let's go, streakers. Thank you for the 5-stream watch streak, and we'll give you one to grow. You discovered a bunch of games glad you had long since forgotten. That's right. We're streaking. Rigged. Hey, Sebi. We got a Lumi got 2 Gojos. Lumi got 2 Gojos in a 30 stream streak. Totally rigged. The naked frogs. It's all rigged. That's right. It's all probability. You're 40. Yeah, exactly. Probability is a bear. I mean, I think Pokemon taught us all that. And video games in general. Grinding drops. Probability will eat you alive. I am error. Probability is indifferent to your suffering. Yay, my rings. Alright. So, I forgot to add the command. Okay, we need to... I don't know how to add this. How to add this one. How do we want to do this one? I guess we want to make it a command. No, I want to make it a channel reward. Where is Yuki Kukisaki? Huh? Hmm? Where is Yuki Kukisaki?
This is a Japanese knife that my sister-in-law gave me.
Oh, thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Harikiri or Yuki Kukisaki or whatever that's called, and vegetables depending on what your mood is.
Depending on what your mood is. Where? Isn't it, that's a channel point reward. What's it? Isn't it called Yuki Kukisaki? Why is it not showing up on my list? Huh. The order isn't. I'm looking at it. It makes. Never mind. The order doesn't help. On engine music. Kill the machine. Moonshine. Ring loss. Huh. I don't see it. It's right there, Yuki Kukisaki. That's weird. It's not showing up in, Oh, okay. It's because I didn't actually create it in... No, it's because I didn't create it in Mix It Up. Okay. So I can add a command to an existing reward. Okay, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so we want to do something like this. Actually, where is that one playing from? Hold on. This must be executing off. Oh, this is one of the ones that's like working off of NT Creates or something. Or not NT Creates, but crap. Okay. Well, add. Ah, okay. Actually, hold on. Hey, Captain Munde, how's it going? We're getting raided? Okay. I'm ready. Actually, I'm not ready because I'm trying to actually edit some stuff. Skip reward.
How many nights did you today?
Hey, Captain One Day, how's it going? Welcome on in, everyone. How was the stream? Thank you for the heads up. I'm just adding a thing here. Sorry about this. Hey, if you're not already following Captain Monday, click on that heart icon. Check it out the next stream. Ah, Potato Bun Stew, how are you doing? Welcome in. Comical Heart. Pyro Psychotic, welcome in. Hope you're all having a good one. How was the stream? What were you up to today? Just chatting. I'm trying to add a thing here. So I am highly distracted at the moment. I apologize. What is the... I want overlay, or do I want music? No, it's not music player. What's the, Welcome on in. I'm Kantar. We're doing some knitting right now. We do things like chainmail, crochet. You see Mr. Cthulhu, Senor Cthulhu over here, crochet, and we do manga reading in Japanese. So lots of weird stuff. Yeah, good to see you, Potato Bun. How are you doing? Photography contest judging. Oh, nice. What kind of contest were you judging? Welcome in, another average Asian. How are you doing? Yeah. We got a kitty theme going on here. Thank you for the follow. Kill those murderers dead. Sound. Sound. That's what I want. You know, that would have been obvious if I weren't trying to do like 10 things at once here. Okay, we're gonna play a sound. And I want channel points, no. Streams. No. Audio clips. Good chicken.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken. But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
Okay. That's the only way to get good chicken. Remember that. All right, sorry. I'm in the middle of editing something there. Thank you again so much. So how was the photography?
If you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
There's the chicken. Chicken, you have another surprise coming. You have another surprise coming. This month's theme was autumn. Oh, nice. Oh, so what do you do? You kind of look. You have people input.
Here is our dear little old friend, the chicken.
Hey, it's our dear little old friend, the chicken. How's it going, chicken? Thank you. So I'm sorry. I'm like highly distracted right now by the chicken. So yeah, how's the photography theme work? People input photos for the contest? Or do you do that through your channel or through Instagram or through something else? Feel free, please, to drop any links you've got. Or anything that you like. There we go. Yeah, we've got water. Usually water or tea. Today is water. Okay, where was I here? We're gonna knit and we're gonna purl. And then we're gonna purl. So what, did you finish the judging? Or finish the contest? Like, did you pick a winner? There we go. And then we're gonna purl knit. All right, sorry. So many things going on. I need to finish this row before I like completely lose my place. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. People enter photos in your photography channel. You go through them at the end of the month, and you plan is to go through them and pick 3 winners. Okay. Oh, it's the first time you did it, and you picked 3. Nice. Do you have them? Are you going to post them somewhere? Or can you share the photos? Or are you going to share them somewhere? That's cool. Autumn theme. I bet they were lovely. Well, so again, we're working on this sweater. You can see the sweater pattern over here. We've made 2 of this. We've made both sleeves. There's 2 sleeves. I have 2 arms.
Pancake.
We've made the back, and this is the front. And we're getting very close to finishing the front. We're at the point now where we're decreasing. We've already bound off a little bit for the armpit area there. So I'm hoping to finish this up in the next couple weeks. This is my first sweater. knitting, and we're just doing our best here. Actually, I have no idea what I'm doing after this point. I actually have no idea how to put this thing together. So that'll be fun. You know, we're sharing without consent. Oh, you haven't got that far yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Well, I mean, when you figure that out, please let us know if you've like posted those somewhere or something. Can you describe what the photos were about? I mean, they were about autumn, but leaves, pumpkins, scarecrows, zombies. Oh, yeah. Knit, slip, knit. Oh, and then slip, knit. Okay. I'm supposed to slip these knitwise? Is that right? I slip these knitwise, and then we knit them. I think that's how that works. On your Discord, and sunsets and a mountain. Oh, sunset and a mountain in the... Oh, nice. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, we have... Sam, thank you very much. We have a 45 stream watch streak. For those of you new here, I apologize for what you're about to witness. You may want to avert your eyes. But here we celebrate streaking by streaking ourselves. So 45 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. We got a Gojo and one to grow. Thank you, Sam, for the 45 stream streak. You got a Gojo. Congratulations. Sam, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Oh, man. Okay, wait a minute. I knit. Oh, I'm on the wrong row. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure. See, I got distracted by the streaking. Okay. Yeah, okay, there's no basket weave left, and so now I knit and slip. We knit and streak. I mean slip. Okay. Well, again, Captain Monday, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate you bringing everyone in. Yeah, apologize for the chaos here. It's usually not this bad. Gonna hop off and call your fiance. Hey, enjoy. Thank you again so much. Really appreciate it. Please have a good one, and we'll catch you later. Love chaos. Chaos and I are sadly longtime acquaintances. Pillage and raid. One of the other things we do on the stream is I read Japanese. I'm practicing Japanese. I'm kind of at the intermediate level. Later, in about 30 minutes, we will be reading a chapter here from Bleach. We're on chapter 289. I will read the Japanese and then translate it in line as I practice and look up words and try to learn stuff. So we'll be reading Bleach. We'll also be reading Azumanga Daioh. If you're not familiar with Azumanga Daioh, it is a comedy story about girls in high school. It is by the author of Yotsuba To, D20. Before Yotsuba. And then we'll do some more knitting, and then we'll read, we're in the middle of Akira. We're currently reading Akira. We're about halfway through that story. So, Asian approval? Excellent, thank you. So, kind of what we're doing here right now, we do a little bit of crafting, and do a little bit of Japanese manga reading, sometimes video games, a smedding of other random stuff. And soot explosions. We've read a couple of the Ghibli movies. I have books that are the movies in manga form. Wow, and we do boob shines. This is a character from a Boys Love manga. Thank you for the boob shine, Pork. The people, that's right, we do boob shines here. We also have normal head shines. And, and fat Kochiba. Ah! Vintage! Zach, how's it going? Welcome in, everyone. Vintage, thanks so much for the raid. How are you doing? You're gonna watch the cable knitting magic. Welcome in. We're on the back side, so you can't see the cables right now. Thank you so much, Vintage. How are you doing? How's the stream? Ray J, how are you doing? I'm very sick and tired of cables. Let it be known. Welcome in, everyone. How is the stream, Vintage? Were you working on some cross stitch today? What was today's? Oh, wait. We got ads. Let me snooze the ads. Okay, we're good. We're good for another 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Hey, if you're not already following Vintage Sogal, click on that heart icon right now. Seriously, click on it right now and check out the next stream. Doing a variety of crafting, mostly cross stitch, I would say, but a variety of crafting, and usually some 3D printing going on in the background. Other cool stuff. I tried to raid you the other day when you were watching the Thanksgiving parade, but I think you were towards the end and you had turned everything off. Let's start with cross stitch. Did some Tunisian crochet. What are you working on for the Tunisian crochet? And as always, if you need to do post stream care, don't let my questions hang you up here. Please always take care of yourself first. Thank you so much. Yeah, so hey Mimi, how are you doing? Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's the day. Mimi is going to be headed to the Ukraine to be doing some relief work for people delivering supplies and stuff. You're doing a scarf by TL Yarncraft with with the So Royal event. Nice. Advent yarn. Ooh. Well, that'll be very nice. If you got a pattern for that you can point to, feel free to drop it in chat. Yeah, so for those of you that haven't seen this before, we're working on this sweater over here. And we've done all the pieces. This is the last piece. So we've done the 2 sleeves, we've done the back, and this is now the front. And we just are on the part where we're decreasing. we're just starting to decrease. So hopefully everything will be going faster. Hey, Average Agent. Oh, thank you so much. Have a good one. Appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out. Oh, there it is. Adventurous Scarf. Oh, fun. Ooh. Oh, very nice. What causes... What kind of stitch is this? Very neat. I like the dithering effect here too. That's really neat. I presume there's a way to like carry the yarn so that you're not having to start and stop every time. Oh, that's right. It's Tunisian. It's Tunisian. Oh, okay. Got it. But you alternate yarn. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Tunisian is on my like long-term to-do list of like trying to learn. That's that looks like it would be a good well, it's kind of on a bias. How does the slant work? Are you naturally on an angle when you do Tunisian? Or is there something else that's causing that? This is all magic to me right now since I haven't actually done Tunisian. Magic. Oh, that's very cool. Here, let me mark that one. Okay. All right. I'm gonna snooze the ads one more time. Oh, okay. So you increase on each side and then stop increasing on the left, but increase. Oh, okay. So that kind of just naturally builds in a slant. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, cool. I haven't even seen like Tunisian in action other than kind of like stills, and not even then a lot of those. Is it when you start a Tunisian crochet project, is it more like starting a crochet project, or is it more like starting a knitting project where you like cast on and then do your thing, or is it more like crochet where you can just start out with a chain or some other thing and go? Starts with chain 3. Okay, well, there you go. Really different from both. Well, there you go. Kaz, welcome back. All right, well, again, as you can see, we got lots of cables going on with this thing. We're at the point of decreasing. So I've done the initial bind off. This will be kind of where the armpit seam is. And we're now doing major decreases. So it was interesting. When we did the arms, we only decreased on the right side. In this, we decrease on both sides initially, and then we only decrease on the right side. It's kind of interesting. I'm rolling here. Yeah, so I've not done the assemblage of a large piece before. We were talking about this the other day. So I have not done any blocking before, any like large scale blocking. Like technically I blocked the tentacles on Cthulhu here. They were very curly, like they were all up here, right? So technically I blocked those, but like taking a piece like this and blocking it, I have not done. I have not done that, and I have not done the sewing together of pieces like this. So this will all be new to me. Hopefully we'll get it all done in the next couple weeks. I'm aiming to finish up this sweater by the middle of December. That should have been a knit. And that should have been a knit. Okay, hold on. I cannot abide an errant stitch. This stitch is going to get the hook. Posting stuff. Oh yeah, no, thank you, Vintage. Have a good one. Thank you again so much. All right, we need to turn this pearl into a knit. So let's do it. Fortunately, that's like a really easy switch. Oh, it would help if I put it on right though. No, that was right the first time. There we go. Okay. All right, that's much better. No, we're on the back side. That's just a slip. Okay. I don't know. I wonder how that happened. Anyway. Give it the hook. Indeed. All right. Well, I've snoozed it as much as possible. We've got an ad break here starting in a couple minutes. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour in order to avoid having pre-roll on the stream. So hang tight if you don't have turbo or subscribed, and we'll just be here knitting, making our way through the backwoods of this pattern. All right. No, not you, Goshi. No one cares about Portugal. We've established this. Okay. B20 is like 3 and 6. Sag, I know. Oops. All right, there's the ads. One, two, three, four. We were playing Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles. They remade the original Final Fantasy Tactics game that was on the PlayStation. And silly me, I thought it was actually the Game Boy games. I thought it was the Tactics Advance games. But it's the original on the PlayStation. Just started it yesterday. And probably not going to play it too much. It's going to be a slow game. But it reminded me that I had the soundtrack for the game. So we're listening to the soundtrack for Final Fantasy Tactics. It's a fun, fun nostalgia. Okay. All right, and where are we here? Oh, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna knit one. And then we're gonna knit two together. There we go. Die, stitch, die. Slip and we'll knit. Okay. All right. We killed 2 stitches in that row. R.I.P. stitches. Okay, so now we're going to do this for 26 rows. For the next 26 rows, we're going to be doing 2 decreases on the front and 2 decreases on the back. And then we'll switch to only doing decreases on the front. And that will be how we slowly eliminate the stitches. We're going to get down to, so this is going to decrease in size to where we're just like right here. This will, actually, no, I take it back. No, this is different. This is the front. So at some point we'll stop here and we'll actually stop in the middle, and then we'll take the 2 ends up this way to create the neck for the front. I actually have to figure out where that is. And it's going to be tricky because this piece is not quite as long as the other piece. And so trying to keep things stretchy. We're also getting low on the skein, which means I need to pull out another skein at some point here. All right. Okay, where are we? We are on row 117 now. Wait, is that right? Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay. I'm fine. Got a drinking problem. All right, we're going to knit 2 together. Roll, or sorry, no, just knit. Counter says 113. Yeah, I know, because I'm not going to change it every row. Pancake. Pancake. Okay, that's purling 2 together in the back loop. So the next time we swing through here, we'll be starting to get into this cable section, and we'll eliminate our first marker. Which is part of the fun. But in the meantime, we're on A1 for this cable, which means we take these two and put them in back. Mm-hmm.
Hello there.
A1, that's a printer paper size? Probably. It's also a steak sauce. It's probably more well known. A1 steak sauce. Okay. Okay, in the B section, we've crossed those two cables. This cable's going this way. So the way we make it move left is we take the pearl and we put it in back. And we knit these. We knit these three. And then we knit that pearl, or we purl that pearl. And that moves that cable section to the left one. So there's the pearl off the cable stitch. So that moves that group to the left one. And then we're moving these three to the right. So we do that by taking the three, moving them to the front, purling the next stitch. So that adds a stitch on their left. And then we knit off the cable. Those three stitches, which feels very precarious, but it's fine. So there we go. So that's shifted those three to the right one. And we have a couple intervening stitches that we purl to keep it as the background. And then we repeat that. So we want to take these three to the left. Boy, yesterday's Azumanga Daioh, that was hysterical. I had a hard time reading that one. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, that was the B section. Totally good. You know, it also reminds me, I've got that, I've got this doujinshi, a self-published work that does a combo of Azumanga and Yotsuba. And we should probably look at that after we're done with Azumanga Daioh, because I think a lot of the jokes will make more sense now. I think I showed it off a year or so ago when we finished Yotsuba, but we hadn't yet read Azumanga Daioh, so it wasn't quite clear, I think, what some of the jokes were. Just visually. Hold on a sec. Actually, I'm going to grab another skein here, too. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, too. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Hmm. Huh. I must have like pulled it out somewhere, but now I don't know where I put it. I've got a stack of these, I've got a stack of these things that I had bought, but this was... Hey, thanks. Oh, this is it. Okay, this is it. You know... Oh my gosh. Oh yes. It's Tadakichi-san. Okay. We may have to read this after we finish Azumanga Daioh. Anyway. Got more skeins. That should do it for the rest of this row. We're on C5. C5, which should entail going in front. Okay. In the front. In the rear. Okay. Oh, birthday lunch. Nice. Have fun. Enjoy. All right, there we go. Wait. We are on A1. There we go. All right. Oh, it's almost December. We're gonna pearl that. This is it. The end of 2025. I was looking at the calendar for the rest of the year, and it's like pretty busy. Got a bunch of work stuff coming up. Got some extra rehearsals for Christmas concert. I actually don't have extra music assignments this month, so it might actually be a little bit quiet for that. Which is kind of nice. I've got some friends that are moving to Korea for a year or two. They're having a farewell on Friday. South Korea, obviously. Yeah, I know. Just to be sure. All right, there we go. Okay, there's our honeycomb pattern. And crew, how you doing? Well, welcome on in. Looks busy, yeah. We're starting to decrease on the sides though, so that's good news. It means the rows will start to go faster and faster. But right now we're in the middle of the row, so still kind of in the heavy cable area. Oop. Okay, that's the braid section, and then we've got the big cable section here, which is starting with 2 pearls. All right, so we're shifting this cable. So there's 2 cables that just crossed. There's one in front and one in back. The one in front, we're going to shift to the left by moving that pearl to the back. We'll knit those 3 stitches that are part of the cable that we want to move. 1, 2, 3. And then we purl that purl stitch that we have on the cable back here. There we go. And then that shifts those 3 stitches to the left one. Now we got another cable that we want to shift to the right. We'll do that by taking the 3 and moving them to the front. We'll purl 1 stitch. There we go. And then we'll knit the 3 on the cable hook. So that moves these 3 to the right 1 stitch. Okay. So that just took those 2 and moved them apart, 1 on each side. Then we got 2 intervening stitches that we'll purl. That's just part of the background. And then we've got the same thing. 2 cables that have just crossed. We're going to move this one to the left, that one to the right. So we'll take that purl, move it to the back, knit the 3 that are part of the cable. Yep. And then we'll purl that stitch. There we go. And then we're going to move those to the right. So we will take those 3 to the front. It took me forever to realize that this pattern really only has 2 sort of movements. It's the 2 that I've just described. It varies like when and where you do them, but you're always doing those 2 types of movements. Once I figured that out, it was much easier. I kept looking at the pattern, double checking what am I doing here. It took me far too long to realize it really only is 2 things. Like, oh, I get it now. So that's good. Good learning experience on these patterns. Alright, there we go. Of course, it doesn't help that the pattern visually is written for a right-handed person. So it kind of looks the opposite of what you're doing. Or it looks the opposite of what I'm doing. Alright. And this one is a simple braid. By taking those 2 and putting them in back. Knitting those. And knitting those. The other cable sections are easier because they're all knits. There's no purling. All right, there we go. That's the last cable section there. That all looks good. We close out here with a knit, and then we purl 2 together, which is our way of killing a stitch. Go. Die, stitch, die. And then we're going to purl, knit, knit. All right. Ever shorter. That is row 117. Row 118 is now the back side. We'll start to do this. We'll get to bleach here in a moment. We'll see how far we get on this one. Okay, we're gonna knit, slip, knit like we normally do. And then we slip, slip, knit. Slip, slip, and then we're gonna knit. That's not a good sign. Is that right? I guess that's right. Okay. Okay, and then we're on A2. All right, I need to double check the pattern about when I stop. Okay, yeah, so you're going to measure from the bind off. So we're going to be going 8.5 inches from beyond the bind off. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that. Okay. It'll take a while. It'll take a while. It's not going to be an immediate thing. But we won't actually be going 190 rows. It's more complicated than that. So the front piece that we're doing here, the instructions is basically say do the same as the back. So that's what we're doing. But after you get a certain height above the bind off, which is kind of where the armpit is, you need to do something different, and that's to account for the neck. So you don't account for the neck on the back of the piece, you account for the neck on the front of the piece. And what we'll do is at a certain distance above this armpit bind off, we'll stop stitching in the middle. We'll put a marker, and then we'll start actually two sides and do like, side straps or whatever. Basically the neck, forming the neck. So that's where we'll differ. So that'll be a little bit complicated, but it shouldn't be too bad. I don't think I have an extra set of needles of this size. So that might get a little complicated. Hey, Seffi. You got a 3-stream streak? Thank you so much. Hold on. All right. Seffi, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. As you know, we celebrate stream streaks by streaking. So let's go, streakers. Let's celebrate 3-stream streak. Thank you for the... Oh, and Wendigo. You got the cat. You got the cat. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Seffi. So the cat is a preview. The cat is a preview. When we finish reading Azumanga Daioh, we're going to start to read Ushigi Neko no Q-chan. So that's Q-chan. Yeah. That's Q-chan there. A very cute cat. It looks like it's a very cute comic. So I thought it'd be kind of cute to have a little preview character. Looking forward to that. Yeah, me too. Me too. It looks very cute. It's kind of weird though. It's a 4-panel comic, but not as you saw from that. Normally the 4-panel comics like Azumanga Daioh, like they're squares and you have 2 columns on each page. That one is rectangles, 4-panel comics, for just 1 on a page, or 1 comic on a page. They call each comic a chapter. So we're going to be reading like, 8 to 12 chapters each day. Like, man, this book is going so fast. We're reading so many chapters. It's one of those things that feels like an affect of modern literature. Books that have like 120 chapters, and like many of the chapters are just a page or 2 or something like that. Oh, I'm reading so many chapters. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, man. Okay. And then we're gonna knit and purl. Or knit and slip. All right. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. All right, there we go. Making good progress here on the back row. Oop, oop. Boy, it rained today, and our temperature was just a degree or two above freezing. So we were really close to having snow. But it did not. It stayed rain. We got rain in the forecast for Tuesday, but it's still like we're still a few degrees above freezing. Friday though, they've got some like wintry mix forecasted. So we'll see how that goes. A little bit worrying because that's when that farewell for my oh right, 223. That's when that farewell is. Fortunately, they don't live too far away from me. They live maybe like a mile or a mile and a half from me. So that won't be too bad, I guess, but never like driving out in bad weather here. Really dangerous. Your parents in the Midwest are about to get blasted. Oh, yeah, I was just talking to my mom. They live in St. Louis. She said they had snow yesterday, I think. And yeah, they're supposed to get some more tomorrow. I think that's what's going to hit us on Tuesday as rain. I usually go back there for Christmas, and it's usually a 50-50 whether there's a white Christmas or not. It's somewhere around there. We went three pearls. Yeah, I'm a little, assuming that I don't have to drive out in it. Like, if it's gonna rain, or if it's gonna precipitate when it's cold, like, I'd prefer it be snow. I don't like it when it's just dreary and cold and wet. Like, ugh, come on. At least give me some snow. Oh, okay, so we're eliminating our first marker here. Woo! So I actually need to go back. So we're not going to slip that stitch. We're actually going to knit these two together. Oop, it would help if I find there. All right. So we just eliminated our first marker. And we're going to knit, slip, knit. All right, hooray. We're doing it. First marker gone. Okay. So that will destroy that line. Okay. Mm-hmm. Exciting watching it all come together. You're down to one more sleeve of a striped sweater. Nice, nice. Is your sweater, does it all, do you knit it all as one, or is it like this where you're doing the pieces and then knitting it together? Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of learning because I haven't done anything like this. So like using the selvage to sew together, haven't done that before. I haven't blocked before, which we'll do. I haven't done any blocking. So fingers crossed it all goes well. You're doing yours in the round. Oh, that's nice. At least, I mean, you can try that on, right? As you're going. That's one thing I'm really nervous about this is like, I theoretically, right, I've theoretically measured and it theoretically should work, but I've not made any piece like this to like fit my body. It's all been hats and scarves, which it's like, close enough. Doesn't matter if your scarf is too long. It matters if it's too short. But anyway. Does help. It's been a while since you've done one in pieces. Yeah, okay. Ugh. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a break. We're going to read some Bleach and we're going to read some Azumanga Daioh. And then we'll get back to knitting. So let's get going here. All right. And I think ads are about to hit again. So. Yeah, there they go. All right. Good timing. Oh, and we're almost done. We're almost done with the skein. That's all we got left. So we're doing a spit join after this. After manga. Hey, have a good one, Goshi. Okay. Switch over here. Oh, and we finished row 118. So we're on 119. Okay, so we're going to be doing Bleach 289. Okay. Not Akira. Bleach. Volume 33. 9. Okay, start recording. Pause the music. We'll get back to knitting here again. Hopefully in about 40 minutes. I don't think Bleach will take too long to read. And Azumanga usually takes 10 to 20 minutes depending. Okay. Let me change the stream info as well. Where'd that go? And by the way, we are going to normally we watch Japanese cooking videos. We're going to try watching some Julia Child again. We are listening for sound clips like this one.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
Only way of getting good chicken. Remember that. Okay. Oh, I had another one too. What was it? Oh, yeah.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
All right, hold on. We need to add this one. New channel. Okay, hold on. This is worth adding. Okay, hold on. I want sound.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things. But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things. But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Okay, we now have use your finger.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
All right, on that note. Okay. Mm. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 289 of Bleach, The Scar Mask. The Scar Mask. So we got past the bad joke, whatever. These two fighting off, standing, facing each other. There we go. We go immediately from that into this splash page for the Scar Mask. Ominous portending there. Okay. Blank page. There we go. All right. So there they are. Ha. Ichigo looking winded. Ose, slow. Meaning this is Noita or whatever his name's saying you're slow. And that's a Guam, his weapon coming in here. Okay. But missing. Ichigo coming in with his blade. Grab. So he's grabbing the blade, one. It's sliding through his hand, but clearly not, like, cutting it. Nandayo? What is it? Kiresou nano wa mikake dake ka? As for seeming to be able to cut, it's just the appearance. So this is both him saying, again, like, what is this? Is it just the appearance as for seeming to be able to cut? Meaning, like, does it just look like it can cut? Yokete sonshitaze. Dodging, avoiding was sonshita. Doing damage? Oh, a loss, a disadvantage. Okay. So, did a loss, did advantage, a disadvantage by dodging. Oh, and now, oh, he comes in with like a headbutt. Gun. Because Ichigo gets flung back. There's Inoue just watching. Goo. Okay. Anata no nouryoku de boku o taosou naro to omowanai koto de. Okay. So this is this person talking to Inoue. With your powers, with or using your powers or your abilities, me trying to take out and things like that, don't think event it is. So basically, don't think about trying to take me out with your abilities. Anata there, it's specifically calling her out. We get Anata with a onna kanji there. Anata no nouryoku wa zettai da ga. As for your abilities, as for your powers, they are, Zetsudai. They are Zetsudai, which is like vast. Yeah, tremendous, immense. So your powers are tremendous, vast, immense, but, それを構成する理科という霊視体はひどく脆い。As for the reishi body called the Six Flowers that's doing construction of that thing, it's horribly fragile. Moroi. Moroi is like fragile or brittle. So he's talking about, when he says reishi tai, reishi are the spiritual children, but the spiritual threads or invisible spirit things that float around or whatever. And the spiritual thread body or spiritual reishi tai, he's talking about this thing. That this thing is composed of reishi. As for the reishi body called the Six Flowers, that's doing construction of your abilities, it's horribly brittle. Boku demo tayasuku hakkai dekimasu. Even me, easily destruction is possible. So I can easily destroy it. それをしない理由は一つ. That thing not doing reason as for that one thing. So there's one reason why I haven't done it or why I don't do it. あなたの能力は愛禅様の所有物だからです. It's because, as for your abilities, they are Lord Aizen's shoyu butsu, which is like possession. They are a possession of Lord Aizen. Yeah, property or possession. Literally like place possessing thing. Aizen-sama no go meirei wa, as for the orders of Lord Aizen, 攻撃を受けない限り理科を破壊してはならない. As for the orders of Lord Aizen, it was this. Attack, not receiving limit, Six Flowers, destruction doing, as for that will not become. So his orders were basically, as long as you're not receiving an attack, don't destroy the Six Flowers. Kōgeki sureba hakai shimasu. Attack if do, destruction will do. So if you attack, I will destroy it. Teiko shinai de kudasai. Resistance, don't do please. So please don't resist. Okay, so this all precipitated from this, where maybe this was her maybe starting to think that she would try to do something and whatever. And maybe the author needed to explain why Inoue was just standing there. Kurosaki-kun. Hey there, how's it going? Okay, so this is now Inoue thinking, I guess. Kurosaki-kun. Souieba, Neru-chan ga inai. If you say it that way, Nell-chan not existing. So now that you mention it, now that I think about it, like Nell's not here. Doushimashita. How did? What happened? What went wrong? What happened? Shimatta. Oh no. Yeah, no. Souieba. Saisho ni anata gata to ita. Is that Arankaru? Yeah. Arankaru no sugata ga arimasen ne. Okay, so now this person's noticing it too. If you say it that way, which now that you mention it, in the beginning, with your side, existing Arankaru's shape, not existing, isn't it? So The shape of the Arankaru, the form of the Arankaru who was here with you in the beginning, isn't here, is it? Sokoka? Is it that place? So we saw at one point like 2 panels of Nell cowering behind a rock. Kyun. That's like a glance or something. Oh. Bun. Okay, I guess that was him glancing, doing something with his eyes or some power, and it blew up the rock. Wow! So that's Nell. That's her skull hat. Koro, 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 koro. That's her rolling. Naru-chan! Nell! Oh! Oh! Naru-chan? Nell? Boom! Okay, the boon is normally like a swing or something happening. This is, I guess, Ichigo being flung across here. Dozan! Okay, that's likely Nell trying to say Ichigo, but she just gets out E. And then... Is that a... I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe a Zori? Zori. That's probably a Zori. Zori. Yeah, okay. Zori. Zori. Omae neru ka? You? Nell? Okay, so this person knows this person. Eh? Huh? Yappari da. It's as I thought. I thought so. Sono estigma. Okay. As I thought, it's that estigma, which sounds like stigma. Literally, this is what? Mask surface crest. Mask crest. So that's mon. Kamen mon. But he's saying estigma, which again, if it's Spanish, but you can tell from stigma. And he's pointing to the mask, right? Zuibun to misuborashiku natta mon da na, eh? Very much a misuboroshi. This is like appearing to be falling apart. Misuboroshi? Yeah, shabby or seedy. Very much shabby, seedy, had become thing it is, isn't it? Huh? Like, you become so shabby looking. Zori, Zori. Doda. How is it? How are you? How is it? Wareta kamen wa usuku wa usuku ka. As for a broken mask, uzuku. Is it uzuku? Uzui. Isn't that itchy? No, throbbing or aching. Okay, so he says broken mask, stigma. Is it throbbing, aching? As for that, like split. As for that split mask, is it throbbing, aching? Oi, hey. Ow. Douyu koto dayo. What sort of a thing? Like, what are you talking about? Teme, you. Don, get out of here. Neru o shiteru no ka? Nell knowing? You know Nell? You're familiar with Nell? Okay. we're switching scenes. Oh, wah, 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 wah. Wah. So we're switching back to these guys. Remember last time we saw them, they've got replicas of themselves everywhere. Kowai de yansu Uryu. I'm scared, Uryu. This is Donda Chaka saying this. Zugon. And him falling down. Uba. Hidoi de yansu. Yokeru nante. It's terrible. It's horrible. Yokeru, like dodging or whatever. Yokeru is to like dodge or avoid. Oh, was he trying to hug Uryu? And like, hey, that was horrible, like dodging or whatever. Anyway, whatever. Kowagatte dakitsuiteru de yansu. Uketomete hoshii de yansu. Yeah. So, being scared and hugging dakitsuku. So daku, well, daku is to embrace, to hug, and dakitsuku, yeah, to cling or to embrace. Yeah, so being scared, kowagatte, and dakitsuiteru and deansu, clinging, embracing, stopping, receiving, wanting, uketomete. No, catching the blow, wanting. I want you to catch me. I wanted you to catch me. Okay. Uketomete. Yeah, so that's what all that was about. Mucha yuna. Don't talk crazy. Stop talking crazy. That's Uryu responding. Okay, that's the footsteps. Kimi no dakitsuki wa boku ni wa koukeki ni shika mienai en da yo. This is Uryu saying, as for your embrace, to me, only as an attack it was visible. I could only see your that embrace as like an attack on me. So remember, right? They've got all these replicas. In fact, here comes the whole horde of replicas of Donda Chaka. Bah, 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 bah. Or oh, so they're all doing the same thing. They're all coming in for a hug. Wah! I guess. Honore, you. Gabam. Hisatsu Donda Chaka Presu o Wakasutowa, or Kawasutowa. The certain kill Donda Chaka press Kawasu. That also means to like to avoid. To dodge. Yeah, you dodge. Like, how could you dodge? How could you dodge the certain kill Donda Chaka press? Gun. Hora miro. Kougeki janai ka? See, look, it's an attack, isn't it? Yeah, so it looked, this Donda Chaka press that they're calling it, like, how could you dodge that? It looked the same as whatever he was trying to hug him. Anyway. And that's why he punches him there. And that hurts, apparently. Owan! That's him crying. Moya de yansu. It's no good. Can't take it anymore. No good anymore. Ora tachi konna koto shitteru bae janai de yansu. This sort of a thing doing case it is not. Like, this isn't, we weren't cut out for this. This isn't what we should be doing. Nani ga? What? Or like, I guess when he's saying like this sort of a thing, it's not a case for doing. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, what thing are we not supposed to be doing? Ora tachi wa Neru wo sagasanakya ikenai en deyansu. As for us, Nell must find. We must find Nell. Wakatteru, I know. Neru-chan mo sagasu sa. Also searching for Nell. Like, we're also searching for Nell. Koko o dashutsu dekitara sugu ni. This place, escape when it's possible immediately. So as soon as we get out of this place. Dame dayansu. It's no good. Sugu sagasa nakya dame dayansu. Soon, if don't find, it's no good. A little bit kind of like we gotta find her like right now, but like soon if we don't find her, it's no good. Kanjiru deyansu. Feeling, sensing. Sakki kara, from previously. Sakki kara Neru ga kowagateru deyansu. From previously, from earlier, Nell is scared. Dame nan deyansu. It's bad. Dame nan deyansu. It's bad. It's no good. Kore ijo, more than this. Kore ijo Neru o rasu no chesu no oku ni chikazukecha. More than this, Nell lost no chase's interior parts approaching. So it's no good. More than this, like, again, like approaching the interior parts of Los Noches for Nell. More than this. Okay, we're switching back. Nanda. What? What is it? Nande koitsu ga konna tokoro ni iin no ka to omottara temei ga tsurete kita no ka yo? Okay. Why this person, this is referring to Nell, why this person in this sort of a place existing when thought you came and brought, you're the one that came and brought. So basically, again, like when I was thinking, why is this person here? I see that you're the one that brought her here, question mark. Ma, sono tsura miru kagiri ja. Well, that mug, meaning his face, looking limit, like when I look at your face, koitsu ga nanimono ka nante shiranei manma tsuremawashite ndaro ga na. This guy who, or this person, meaning Nell, who it is, or whatever, not knowing manma, which is like as it is. Yeah. Being in that conditioner state. Being in the conditioner state of not knowing who this person is or whatever. Like, I guess, like running around with them, right? So you've been running around with this person, not knowing who they are. That seems to be the conditioner state that you're in. Suremawasu. Yeah, that's just going to be to like bringing along and running around. Okay. どういう意味だよ? What sort of a meaning is it? Like, what are you talking about? What's your meaning here? He grins. 知らねえなら教えてやるぜ. If it's not knowing, we'll do the favor of teaching or telling. So if you don't know, I will tell you. こいつはNeru. As for this person, Nell. This is Nell. 練りあるとオーデルシュバンク. Okay. Hopefully at some point we get the English for what this is. So Neriaru is her full name, I guess. Neriaru to Odershuvanku. Odershuvanku. Okay. So that's her full name. Moto espada da. A former espada. Molto espada. So a former 10-blade. Dun. Okay. Okay. This is the Donda Chaka Presu Meichu. Meichu is hitting the target. So that's what's his name. The other guy who apparently got hit by one of the Donda Chaka Press. Meichu is again hitting the target, hitting something that was aimed at. Okay, that was actually funny. 1 out of 290 were actually funny. All right, well, that was 289. Next time, unleash the beast. We will see the beast unleashed. 290. Next time. Okay. Look at that. A nice short chapter from Bleach. All right, let's switch over to Azumanga Daioh. We are finishing off something. Chapter 12.2, part 2, I think. Oh. Chapter 2, chapter 12, part 2. And this is the second part. Yes, this is the Santa Claus. Okay. Get ready. We probably won't have a joke as funny as the fart from last time, but this will be close. All right, here we go. Okay, let's finish off chapter 12, part 2, volume 3 here. Chapter 12, part 2. We're in the middle of talking about Santa with Chio. So that's what we got here. Santa. Kuni dayo. Kuni ga Santa ni haraon dayo. It's the country, like Japan. The country to Santa does paying. The country pays for Santa. Watch the end of the previous session for why they're talking about this. Jasa mo entotsu. Entotsu mo nai no ni doyatte. I guess ie hairu no? What is an entotsu? Oh, smoke. A chimney. Yeah, okay. At that end. Okay, so yeah. That's Kageda. They're explaining various things about Santa. Like how does this work? And Tomo's now asking, well then, no longer even chimneys and totsum existing, even though how doing house entry. So how does Santa get in with houses that don't have chimneys anymore? I guess that's ie hairu. What would this be? Kanyu? It would either be that or like ie or kenyu. And check this real quick. Yeah, okay, we'll just go with ie hairu. Anyway. Suge nankai nani teku o motte en da yo. Nandomo akeru zo. Okay. Incredible, some sort of opening technology, possessing. That's how. Able to open everything. What would that be? Is that Kagi? Yeah. Key or lock opener. Kagi ake teku. So basically lock opening tech. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Incredible lock opening tech, possessing, able to open everything. Santa o namaru na. Don't underestimate Santa. どうやって一番で世界中の家を回るの? How doing in one evening throughout the world houses mawaru, like running around to. How basically going to all the houses in one evening. Hayain Daioh. He's fast. Mechakucha hayain Daioh. Crazy fast. Maha hyaku kurai. Around Mach 100. She's waving her hands. Usokusei. Sonna ninga ni ne yo. Usokusei, like stinky lie. That's not human, is it? That sort of a human is not. Usokusei. Yeah, we'll just go with usokusei. All right. Santa wa ningen janeen da. As for Santa, not a human. Nani uchuji nano ka? What? Is he alien? Ano daijoubu desu. Mo shitteru masu kara. It's okay, like already knowing, because they were wondering before whether Chiyo knew whether Santa was real or not. And then they devolved into this discussion. Anyway, she's saying, like, it's fine, I know. Okay. Seitai. True identity. Santa-san wa otou-san nan desu yo. As for Mr. Santa, it's my father, you know? Merry. So Merry, like Merry Christmas. Donai shitan. Like what happened? How became? What is it? So remember that Sakaki had the dream that this cat is Chiyo's dad. And so of course she has this image of her dad as the cat as Santa. We're going many layers deep with this one. Oh boy. Sugoi Santa. Incredible Santa. Chiyo. Merry Christmas. Chiyo, Merry Christmas. Wow, Tosan wa Santa-san da. Wow, my dad is Santa. As for dad, Mr. Santa. So da yo. That's right. Okane wa kuni ga dashite kureru. Okay, that's right, you know. And as for money, the country, like Japan, like it does the favor of putting out the money, I guess, for the presents. Sugoi! Amazing! Maha hyaku de tobushi. And I fly at Mach 100. Sugoi! Amazing! Budu. So Sakaki keeps imagining this is what's happening, and she's trembling at the thought. Doustan? Waroterun? Waro. Like, what happened? What's wrong? Oh, warai. Are you laughing? So budu. She's trembling and like trying to hold in laughing. Okay. Yume, a dream. Sa, nandemo Christmas presento moraeru to shitara nani ga ii? You know, anything Christmas present being able to receive if doing what is good. So if you could get anything as a Christmas present, like what would you like? What would be good? Nandemo? Anything? Sore wa honto nandemo ka? As for that, truly anything? 100 chou yen to ka demo ii no ka? 100 billion yen and things like that. Even that's good? Question mark? Chou. is just a really big number. It's beyond oku. Yeah, so cho is a trillion, not a billion. It's a trillion. 10 to the 12. So actually, right, 100 trillion. No, it'd be 100 trillion. Okay. So 100 trillion yen or something like that. That's good. Oh, もうちょっと現実的なのがいい. A little bit more like reality. Reality one would be good. So in other words, like maybe a little bit more realistic. Genjitsu is just like, again, like realistic reality. Genjitsu teki ka? Realistic, huh? Ikura ii nara genjitsu teki da? Genjitsu teki da? Ichisen man mo dame ka? Okay, I guess she's saying like, wait, ikura ii? No, ikura ii. How much the rank, if it is of reality? Oh, okay. So she's saying, is even this much no good, which is 1,000, 10,000, which is what, 10 million? 10 million yen, which would be like, what, $100,000? So yeah, she's basically saying like, well, so what's considered unrealistic? How about $100,000? Ikura te iwareru to na? Okay, so saying ikura, like how much, iwareru to na, I guess like I'm not gonna be asked that or be talked to that. The point is like, this is missing the point of the question. Anyway, okay. Hoshi, desire, wanting. Chiyo-chan wa nani ga ii? As for Chiyo-chan, what's good? So what would you like? Eki mae ni oki tsuri ga aru janai desu ka? Okay, so in front of the station, a big tree existing. Isn't it that? Are no teppen no dekkai hoshi ga hoshii desu. That thing's pinnacles, huge star wanting. Oh, okay. So I want the star that's at like the top of the tree that's at the station. Are wa mukashi kara hoshikattan desu yo. As for that thing, the star, from a long time, wanted it is. So I've wanted that for a long time. Hey, really? Kore ga ogorete nai kokoro da yo, Yomi-kun. This thing is the like non-dirty kokoro, like the non-filthy, non-tainted heart, mind, spirit. Yomi-kun. 100 兆円 deshitakke? 100 trillion yen, was it again? The ogorete nai kokoro. The untainted heart. Iru no? Existing? Or is it necessity? Existing? Needed? We'll find out. Iru. Chotto kiite ii ka? A little bit asking is good. Like, can I ask you a little bit? Santa wa inai toshite. As for Santa, not existing. About that. Tonakai wa iru yo na? As for Tonakai, they exist, don't they? Reindeer. As for reindeer, they exist though, right? Sorya. As for that. So yeah, this is, do they exist? So yeah, she's just confirming, like, reindeer exist though, right? Tonakai, reindeer. Koitsu tonakai shinjiteru yo. So this is Tomo laughing. This one is believing in reindeer. Huh? Tonakai wa iru zo. As for tonakai, as for reindeer, they exist, you know? Yeah. Uso de. You're lying. Soratobu shika nante ine yo. So you're kidding. Sky flying deer or whatever don't exist. Damaso tate so wa ikane. Okay, damaso is like trying to trick. As for that, like it's not going to work. Like you can't trick me. Uwa majida koitsu. Wow. Serious. Serious, this one. Like, wow, she's serious. Okay. Miru na, don't look. Oh no. Shika to tonakai wa betsu da. Deer and reindeer are different. So shika and tonakai, they're different. Sora wa tobanai kedo kouyu no desu yo. As for the sky, not flying, but this sort of a way it is. So Chio's drawing a little picture to show a reindeer saying they don't fly in the sky, but they're kind of like this. Maji? Tonakai iru no? Seriously? Reindeer exist? Yeah. Nanda yo? Baka janai? Baka janai zo? What is it? I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. This is why I like, don't look at me like that. Okay, that is the end of chapter 12, part 2. And don't ever forget, you belong. This is freaking adorable. Okay, I need to take it. We're going to incorporate this into the stream somehow. I don't know how. They will likely be flying across the sky with Kiki, but we are totally going to have this in the stream. Yes. All right. Oh, I didn't stop. Okay, well, yeah, stand by for that. Anyway, that is the end of chapter 12 part 2. I hate to say this gets really confusing. I'll explain this again next time. But the next chapter after chapter 12 in volume 3 is not chapter 13, it's chapter 1. So they named the chapters after the months. And because it's just confusing, so we'll somehow deal with it. I'll just have to warn people, this is not the first chapter of this volume. Whatever. Again, next will be chapter 1 of volume 3, which is after chapter 12. Next time. Okay. Oh my gosh, this series. All right, let's get back to some knitting. Yeah, I know, it's so confusing. I was so happy when they kept the numbering going into volume 3. I'm like, oh good, it finally makes sense. And then it's like, oh no, you're not just numbering the chapters, you're just numbering the months. All right. Okay, I have a surprise, if you can call it that. Are we ready?
The French.
We are going to watch The French Chef. Okay, so as much as possible, oh, this is like really rough. I guess it's really not getting any bigger, is it? Oh, gosh. All right, hold on. First, let me, okay. Okay, we'll just try to do it like this. Again, our goal, we have a goal with this. The goal is to write down amazing things that Julia Child says, and we will turn them into clips, kind of like where'd it go? Like this. Right? Okay, or this, which is new. So, when you hear Julia say something that is incredible out of context, we want to mark that, and I will grab it later, and we will turn them into things for the stream. Okay. So there we go. So let's go.
Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Here is Boston lettuce, chicory, romaine, and escarole. We're making French salads, French dressings, and mayonnaise today on the French Chef.
Beep 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 beep.
Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to do all kinds of things about salads in the French manner. We're going to do French-type French dressing and mayonnaise and a lovely vegetable salad called salade niçoise. And here's the kind of lettuce that we're going to use. Here's Boston lettuce, which in Boston they call native lettuce. It has big, tender, green leaves. And here is chicory, which in France is called frisée because of its frizzy leaves there. And here is romaine, which has the same name in France. It has these long leaves which you can just tear like that, or they're a little bit large to serve whole. And here is escarole, which is of the same family as chicory, but it has these long flat leaves. It's sometimes a little bitter, so you use parts of it in a salad. And I'm going to show you today how you wash and take care of salad, because it's so easy to do, but if it's stale and wilted, it's terrible. Now here with your Boston lettuce, the French don't use iceberg lettuce, so I'm just not going to show it. You take it by the root and just take a little knife and cut around like that. And then you put all the leaves into a big basin of water because you want to be sure to get all the sand off. And you wash it just like spinach. You pump it up and down in the water, and then as you take each leaf out, just make sure that there isn't any dirt down in there. And then you drain the water out. You can use one of these French salad baskets, which I got one of these at our hardware store the other day, which can also be used as a vegetable steamer, or, which I find very convenient, just use a colander. Then you put your wet lettuce in the colander and then toss it around like that. And then when you've gotten most all of the water out, you take a big clean towel. Some people even use old pillowcases, which is a good idea too. And just put your wet lettuce in like that and spread it out, and then very gently roll the towel up. You don't want to bruise the lettuce. Some people do like that, but then you break the lettuce and that makes it wilt. And then you roll it up like that and put it in the refrigerator. And then, after about an hour or two, when it's all dry, you can put it into a plastic bag, and it will keep for a good day or two, just like that. You want to be sure that you have your salad dry, otherwise when you put your dressing on, the dressing won't stick, and also the dressing, it makes a watery salad dressing. I forgot to mention these endive, which come from Belgium. In Belgium, it's called witloof, and it has long leaves like this. And you only get this in the wintertime. It's a perfectly lovely salad, but it's quite expensive in this country. But it's awfully nice with little beets or with watercress. And we have here watercress, which is much more delicate than any of the other lettuces. You have to keep it in a plastic bag in the icebox or in a little jar. It has a peppery taste and is lovely mixed with salad. It has little leaves like this, and it's lovely to make soup with. I'll just eat a piece. It's so good. Now, as to salad dressing, we have here washed and dressed salad. And a French salad dressing is made out of oil and wine vinegar, salt, pepper, mustard if you like it, and green herbs in season if you like them. I always like myself a light olive oil, and I was surprised when I went to Paris and found that they didn't use olive oil. They used something called huile d'arachide, which is peanut oil or some other flavorless salad oil, because their feeling is if you have a strong olive oil, it coats your palate, and then you can't taste the delicacy of the classical cuisine. So the proportions of the vinegar to the oil are really what you like. A lot of the books say that you use 1 tablespoon of vinegar to 3 tablespoons of oil. I find that too strong. In our family, we like 1 tablespoon of vinegar to 5 of oil. Well, that's entirely up to you. You must remember when you're having a salad dressing, if you're having wine, that if you have too much vinegar, it spoils the taste of the wine. And I think a little jar like this is very convenient to make a dressing in, because you can put all of your ingredients in, shake it all up, and then taste it. So I'm going to start out with some wine vinegar. You can get good wine vinegar in any grocery store now, but be sure it's wine and taste it. It should have a nice taste and not be too strong. And I'm putting in a little bit of dry mustard, about 1/4 of a teaspoonful, and about 1/4 of a teaspoon of salt, and some pepper. And I'm putting in some chopped green onion or scallion. Some people don't like that, but we in our family like it very much. I'm putting in about 1 tablespoon of that. And then our oil. The nice thing about making it in a little jar like this is that you can shake it all up and then taste it and see how it is and add it. You just shake it. And the mustard makes it all sort of stay together. And now be sure after you've made it, you've tasted it. See, the mustard's made it a little bit thick, which is nice. There's a little bit too much vinegar. For my taste, it would be fine for some other people's taste. I'll just put a little more oil in. And if you don't like vinegar, you can use lemon juice or part of each. And put a little bit more salt in. And you shouldn't really make salad dressing ahead. It loses its fresh taste. It's so easy to make. You can make it just before we're going to do your salad. So there, that's all ready. And you just pour some in. I think about 2/3 of that's going to be enough. And then toss it. And this you do just before you're going to serve your salad. Your dressing is freshly made and your lettuce is all nice and dry. And then you just toss it up just before you're serving it. And then if you like, you can sprinkle some fresh green herbs. This is a mixture of parsley and chives. And then if you have your own herb garden, you could have some fresh tarragon or basil or whatever else you like. And now, if you happen to like garlic, you can do this. Here's a piece of stale French bread.
Oops. Wrong button.
Unpeeled. And you just take the garlic and rub it over the French bread. This is called a chapon. Then you toss it in your salad. Then you can take the chapon out if you like, or you can leave it in. It's awfully good, all coated with garlic and French dressing. And then here's another thing that you can also do. And here's something, this is called a salad mimosa, which seems to have been quite a bit in the news lately. It always sounds like some fancy kind of salad, but all it is a hard-boiled egg yolk, which is pushed through a sieve, like that, with a wooden spoon. Then you put some minced herbs in. I'm just going to put in this mixture of parsley and chives. And the reason it's called mimosa, because the mimosa flower is a little yellow dot on a green bud. I think I'll take out this lovely chapon. And then you just sprinkle your mimosa over the salad like that. I don't know why that's supposed to be so fancy, because it's so easy to do. But it is very pretty. You see, you've got that yellow and green. There. And now we're going to make mayonnaise.
Oh.
And we're going to do it handmade. Mayonnaise is something that seems to frighten a lot of people. And I think it frightens them mostly because they don't understand how egg yolks work. And that's the reason I want to do it today, handmade, because once you understand how the egg yolks act, I don't think you'll ever have trouble making mayonnaise. And if you make it by hand, you can also use an electric mixer, because it's exactly the same. Now, mayonnaise, as the French understand it, is egg yolks into which oil and vinegar and lemon juice and salt and pepper have been beaten. And the egg yolks accept the oil and hold it in suspension so it looks creamy, in other words, like mayonnaise. And I'm going to use 3 egg yolks here. And I've put a wet pot holder down here because that keeps the bowl from slipping. And if you have a lightweight bowl, you can set the bowl in a heavy pot, and that'll keep it from slipping. And now, egg yolks will accept and digest oil if you, under 3 conditions, which are perfectly simple. First, before you start adding the oil, you beat the egg yolks until they're thick and sticky. And then second, when you start adding the oil, you add it first just...
Hey, Link4Hunter, how's it going?
It takes a little while.
Where are the colors? This is before color.
They're going to accept the oil.
They hadn't invented color yet.
To them very slowly. They will accept it, and as soon as they start thickening, after about half a cup of oil has gone in, then you don't have any more trouble. And the third consideration is that the egg yolks will only take a certain amount, and that is not more than 3/4 of a cup of oil per yolk. So if you remember those 3 considerations, you won't have any trouble. Beat the egg yolks first, add the oil drop by drop at first, and then don't exceed your proportions of 3/4 of a cup of oil. I usually add about 1/2 because I like a rather sticky, yolky mayonnaise. Now we'll start. Now, first thing is to get your vinegar and your oil and everything all lined up so you don't have to reach for it. And you're going to have a little bit of mustard, and I've got the salt there. Now, first is you're beating the yolks until they get sticky. That's about a minute. You can do this just as well in an electric mixer if you want, but I think to understand egg yolks, it's best to do it by hand because then you see how it's done. You see I'm not beating very fast. And if you do this in the wintertime when it's cold, you can even warm the bowl in hot water, and that'll make them get sticky first. And I don't know why it is beating them to get them sticky makes any difference, but you see now they're sort of creamy. So that's just about right, and you can even do it a little bit more. And then after they've gotten creamy and sticky, you can either add some lemon juice or a little bit of lemon juice and vinegar, about half a tablespoonful. And then some salt. I keep losing these things. I'm putting in about a quarter of a teaspoon of salt. And then beat it up again a little bit. And then as to the oil, you can either add all olive oil or a mixture of olive oil and solid oil, or all salad oil. Just depends on what you want. But I'm going to use half and half. I'm going to put in a little salad oil first. And now the thing is with adding your oil, keep your eye on the bottle, because at first it just has to go drop by drop. If you keep looking at what you're beating, then you won't see what's happening to your oil. Now, the eye on bottle, and just let a drop go in like that. If you haven't got it, you see, if you rest the oil on the bowl, you can't add too much in. See, there goes a little dollop. This is the only really careful part that you have. Then every once in a while you stop pouring your droplets and look at what you're beating. The main thing is to get the yolks and the oil thoroughly mixed. See, it hasn't thickened yet. If I'd put a little bit less vinegar in it first, it would be much thicker by now. You see, I'm not beating very fast. It doesn't make any difference in which direction you beat either. I don't know, there used to be some old wives' tales about that you had to beat always going around in a circular motion. See, now that still hasn't thickened. You see, I'm keeping my eye on the oil all the time. Now that's thickening a little bit more. You see, with using an electric mixer, you just do exactly the same thing. You just be holding your oil over the bowl, and as soon as it started thickening, you have it. You can also make mayonnaise in an electric blender. In that case, you have to use a whole egg. And if you've gotten an electric blender, they all have the recipe in it. But if you use egg yolks like this, it becomes so thick the blender won't work. So that's why you have to use a whole egg. Now that's thickening up a little bit. When you use the blender, you put the whole egg in, and then you beat in at high speed, you beat in a tablespoon of lemon juice and of water, and then some dry mustard. And then you turn the blender on high and avert your face so it's not going to hit you in the face, unless you have a splash proof on it. Now that's thickening up fairly nicely. I'm going to now add some olive oil in here.
That's a really bad place to have to do this, but
if I'd added a little bit less,
we're at the end of our yarn.
My eye on the bottle, and that
So we're going to do a spit join.
it is now. There. There, now, see? That's a thick cream, and we can still go on adding a little olive oil until it gets thicker. Then if you start out with the correct amount, which is a smaller amount of vinegar in the beginning, by about this time it'll be so thick that you can't beat it at all, so in that case you thin it out with a little lemon juice.
Okay. All right. So we're going to join these two ends together.
When when it's gotten this,
with magic.
you can add your oil a little faster by dollops. And then you taste it. And if you find that it needs
And
more
spit.
salt and pepper, then you put it in. I love the taste of homemade mayonnaise. That's the trouble is once you start making it, you'll always want homemade mayonnaise rather than anything else. So we'll use that later on. And we're now going to do a French potato salad. Now I have here, the French potato salad is always made with hot potatoes. And these are boiled potatoes, which I boiled in their skins and then peeled. I didn't boil them, I steamed them, which is an awfully easy way of doing it. You just put this steamer on top of a pot of boiling water, put in your potatoes, cover it, and then when you stick a knife in and it goes in easily, they're done. And then as soon as you can handle them, you slice them because you want to season them when it's hot. You slice potatoes just the same way, just like that with your knife. You want to be sure that you're using boiling potatoes, because if you use baking potatoes, they all come apart. And then you put in a little bit of liquid. This can be chicken stock or white wine or vermouth. And I'm putting in, we've got about 2 cups of potatoes, so I'm putting in about 3 tablespoons of liquid, and then you toss them around. And they absorb some of this liquid, and that means they won't absorb so much oil. And then you let them sit for 3 or 4 minutes, tossing them like that. Then when they've absorbed the liquid, you put on, if you like, some chopped green onions or shallots or scallions, and then a little salt and pepper, and some of your French dressing. I'll put on about 1/4 cup there, and some minced parsley and chives, and then you toss them again. See, the toss doesn't bruise. It's sort of an up and down motion like that. And there they are. Then you can eat it as hot potato salad, or you can put it in the refrigerator and chill it. It's an awfully good salad. And then, if you want, you can put some mayonnaise on top at the end. And now we're going to make our salad niçoise.
Niçoise.
Salad niçoise is a vegetable salad, and it has potatoes and cooked green beans and tuna and anchovies and tuna and olives and capers and tomatoes in it. And then you can put anything else you want in it. And if you'd like, you can mix it in a bowl, or you can put it on a platter. I rather like to put it on a platter, particularly when I have a nice one like this. This is actually a fish platter or an asparagus platter. It also has an insert in it, and if you want to use it for fish or asparagus, you have this little insert where extra liquid goes down. And I'm using here Boston lettuce leaves. Just arrange them around nicely.
You can put it in your tires, missing a rubber gasket. Uh-oh.
Potato salad, which goes along there. And then these are green beans. Remember when we did our vegetables, we did beans. You just take the whole bean, pull the end of it off, and then wash it, and then dump it in an enormous kettle of rapidly boiling salted water and boil it until when you taste it, it's just tender through. And then you rinse it rapidly in cold water.
All right, there we go.
Love it.
Joined together.
All of it's green. And we have our tomatoes, which are just...
They told you you're not pushing hard enough. Oh, no.
Some more salad dressing here. And with one of these salads, you always want to arrange
Push
it
harder.
in a bowl and season it first. And this is particularly if you're going to arrange a salad in a bowl, because if you have the large bowl and you put all these beautiful decoration around and then have to mix it all up, afterwards you've lost the point of it. But if you mix them in separate little bowls first, then you can keep your beautiful artistic arrangement. And if you're a really artistic type, one of these vegetable salads are great fun.
All right, we're in the middle of ads. I need to get some more water.
Red and you're green, so you should think about your color
I will be right
so
back.
that you don't say have green against green. There are the tomatoes, and then I have hard-boiled eggs and olives. I'll have to think which would be the nicest way to arrange things. I think if I put the hard-boiled eggs around at the end there. And then the beans. Oh, I lose my spoon. There it is. The beans can go in little bunches like here. But we're serving 4 people so that they can go in the 4 corners like that. There. Now we have our chunks of tuna fish. Nice is in the Mediterranean, so they always have lots of tuna and anchovies and black olives. There's the tuna at each side. And then we have our black olives, which I think can go along here as a little accent. You really have to, with any of these things, you have to use your hands if you're going to have the right kind of an arrangement. And here's some capers. These are Spanish capers, which are much bigger than the ordinary ones and very nice. And then we also have some anchovies, which can fit right over the eggs. There. And now you don't always have to have mayonnaise. In fact, isn't particularly traditional, but as long as we have it, I'm going to put some at the 2 ends of the lettuce here. There. Oh, I dribbled a little bit on that. Now we have some green herbs, so that can be sprinkled over all. You can put in green peppers and all kinds of other things that you would like, but as long as you have the tuna and the anchovies and the olives, tomatoes, beans and potatoes and lettuce, you have the true salad niçoise. Now this you can use as the first course for a dinner, or you can use it as the main course for a summer luncheon. If it was a main course for a summer luncheon, you could follow your salad niçoise with cheese and fruit. And here we're serving a rosé wine, which is very typical of the region. There. Now, again, to review a bit, but remember to have your lettuce thoroughly washed and well dried, or your dressing won't stick onto the lettuce. And in the French dressing, it's any proportions you like, but be sure that you get good oil and good wine vinegar. And in the mayonnaise, remember the proportions. It's 1/2 to 3/4 cup of oil per yolk. And remember that you beat your yolks.
You can see there's a rubber gasket on the other side.
Don't do what I did. Add too much vinegar at once, or it will take too long for the mayonnaise to thicken. But as you can see, that thickened perfectly well. Now, next time on the French Chef, we're going to do foie de volaille, or in translation, all about chicken livers in the French way. We're going to saute them and make a lovely mousse and a pâté, and I think you'll enjoy it very much. Well, that's all for this time on the French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appétit.
Okay.
The French chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Chicken livers. We're going to use the electric blender today to make some lovely things with chicken livers. And here are some tambal de foie de volaille. We're doing chicken livers today on the French chef.
I'm not sure if the song is like triggering, so I'm muting that just to be safe. Chicken livers. Boom, boom.
Welcome to the French chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're doing some lovely things with chicken livers. Chicken livers are really very reasonable to buy when you think of how they used to be considered a great delicacy. You can buy chicken livers separately, either fresh or you can buy them frozen. And they work out perfectly well frozen if your grocery store has the right ways of taking care of them, always frozen at 0 degrees and never defrosted at all until you buy them. And if you want to, when you want to use them and defrost them, you drop them in a big basin of water, and as soon as you can separate them. They defrost very quickly, and then dry them out. And then before you use chicken livers, these are some enormous ones here. I think these must come from a roasting chicken. Look them all over. Usually they've been perfectly clean, but usually also you'll find a little white line here which you should cut out because that's a little bit tough. It's very much like a calf's liver. There are all kinds of little tiny things you'll have to cut out. And then we're going to do sauteed chicken livers, and this is so large that we'll cut it in half. You see, they always come in 2 pieces, a big, large piece there and a smaller one there. And cut them so they're all about the same size. And then dry them in paper towels if you're going to saute them, as we shall here. And then they're all ready to go. One thing that's so nice about chicken livers is they're so quick to cook, as you will see. We're going to saute these, and we've done quite a bit of sauteing, and as you will see, it's all done in just about the same way. But I did this recipe purposely so that you could see that if you saute one thing, one way, you usually saute everything else in the same way. And if you remember way back when we did scallops, these are done exactly the same way. Put them in a plate and put on salt and pepper. And then mix it all up with a rubber spatula. I prefer doing this than putting them in a paper bag and shaking them because I just want to make sure that you get all the salt and pepper on properly. But you can do them any way you prefer. And then put on the flour. I'm using about half a cup there. And mix them all up. This is called dredging with flour. And when you're sauteing chicken livers, it's much better to flour them because then they don't spit in your face when you
Hey Retro, how's it going?
Them. And then to get the flour off, just
you reinstall your local Christmas light switch.
Over a bowl and then shake the sieve and
Friday raised 190. Wow, hey, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Don't flour them until just before you're going to cook them. Otherwise the flour becomes sort of moist and gummy.
Were you selling stuff you made, or
start our saute?
Either way, that's awesome. Congratulations.
In butter and in oil. I'm going to use about 2 tablespoons of butter. And I have about half a pound of liver here. And then we're going to use about half a tablespoon of oil. And as always, you always need the oil so that your butter can heat up very hot without burning. So we have to wait, as usual, until the butter foam subsides before we can start our saute. we're going to do another saute too, so I'm having 2 frying pans. Now watch, look at the butter foam here. It's still foaming up, which means that the butter isn't hot enough yet. And then as soon as it subsides, we put in our livers. And as always, remember that when you're sauteing anything, do not saute too much at once. Now our butter foam is beginning to subside, but the butter isn't browning yet. And in go our livers.
That was great. Nice. Yeah, that's
The
awesome.
shape of a pan is very nice because you can shake it back and forth in the high sides, keep the livers from popping out. And now you can you can add other things to the livers. We're going to put in some mushrooms and some ham. And these are quartered mushrooms. These are cultivated mushrooms which you can get anywhere in almost any supermarket. And after they've been washed and dried, you just cut them up into quarters. And you cut your stem on the bias so that it looks as though it were the same as the cap.
No.
I'm going to keep watching and shaking these livers here. And now this other pan, the butter is ready for the mushrooms.
Gotta remember
there.
to keep slipping that last stitch.
So in they go. And again, we're careful not to put too much in the pan. And these the livers take only about 3 or 4 minutes to saute. And they're done when you press them with your finger and they're not soft anymore. Remember when we did veal scallops, we used exactly the same system. But I just wanted you to see that this is this idea of theme and variations. You use the same motions, but everything tastes different because you have different flavorings in it. Now take a look at our mushrooms again. You see, you don't have your pan any fuller than about that. And when the mushrooms have begun to get just very lightly brown, they're done. You can still feel with your spoon that the livers there are a little bit soft, but as soon as they have just a slight resistance, they're done. You want to saute livers so that the interior is just very slightly rosy. It's just like sauteing calf's liver, which you would do exactly the same way. You would season with salt and pepper and then dredge in flour, shake off the excess, and then saute in hot oil and butter just like this. Now look again at the mushrooms. And they've just browned very, very slightly. And then at this point, our chopped ham can go in. This is just diced boiled ham, which you can buy in a slice. This makes a very nice main course. And then shake that around again. And then we're going to put in a little bit of chopped shallot or scallion. That always gives a good taste. I'm putting in about 2 tablespoons there. Then shake it a little more. And now take a look at our liver. See, that's nicely browned and it smells so good too. Now poke it with your finger. Get used to using that. And as soon as you feel that they have a slight resistance, they're done. That's the best way of telling. And now when these are done, we let them join our mushrooms and ham, and then we make our sauce. And we make the sauce in the same pan that we sauteed the livers. And we'll put in some more of these shallots. And then I'm going to put in a little bit of port wine. You can use port, Madeira, dry white wine, or dry white vermouth. Or you could use a red wine if you wanted. And then I'm going to put in some stock or meat flavoring. You can use homemade brown chicken stock, or you can use a little bit of canned beef bouillon. I'm going to put in about a cup there. And then we're going to thicken the sauce with cornstarch. Now this is exactly the same kind of a sauce that we use for our veal scallops in a brown tarragon sauce. But if you didn't know how it was made, you'd think, oh, this is an entirely different sauce, which it is not at all. I'm going to put in about a good tablespoon. Then I'm going to put in a little more port. You always have to put in some cold liquid. See, this is just what we've done before. And if you're making a sauce for sautéed chicken, you do it the same way. This is sort of a universal deglazing sauce. And then we take this off heat and wait until it stops bubbling before we put in our thickening there. And then stir it up so it's thoroughly mixed, and then that should cook a little bit more. Just come up to the simmer, and then we will add our livers and mushrooms to it. There, it's now simmering, and now just pour in the livers and mushrooms. And just let it come to the boil for a moment or two to blend flavors. That will thicken up just a little bit more because of the flour on the chicken livers. Then if it isn't thick enough, you can always add a little more cornstarch. So, there you are. And that's done, and you can do it ahead and set it aside and then reheat it when you're ready to serve. You see how quick that was? And people think that's a real gourmet meal, which it is, because they're perfectly delicious. And now we're going to do our chicken liver tambals. The tambals are what you saw at the opening scene. And a tambal means it's a custard. And when one speaks of custard, one usually thinks of caramel custard, a dessert. But you can make entree or main course custards, and a custard is anything that has eggs, whole eggs cooked in it, and a liquid and a puree, which is cooked in a pan and set in water and baked in the oven until it very softly holds together. In other words, the eggs have turned into custard. You can make perfectly delicious ones out of chicken livers, out of cooked vegetables like asparagus or spinach or shellfish. So we'll make a chicken liver one, and you make all the other ones in exactly the same way. You start out first with a very thick white sauce. And I'm going to use a sauce to cover them afterwards, so I'm going to make a double quantity. And we've made white sauces before. I don't think we've made the bechamel before. But the bechamel is just like the velouté sauce. It's butter and flour cooked together and then moistened with a liquid. But the bechamel is always moistened with milk. And I'm going to make 2 cups of thick sauce. So I want about 3 tablespoons of butter. And then I'm going to use 4 tablespoons of flour. I have to wait until the butter melts enough to take the flour. The important proportion here is the amount of flour you use and the amount of liquid you use. The butter, you want just enough butter so that you can turn your flour into a paste and then cook it. So we're going to have 4 tablespoons of flour. If you're careful about measuring your flour and your liquid, then you won't have any trouble in the thickness of the sauce. Now this is to cook slowly until the butter and flour have foamed together without coloring for about 2 minutes, and that cooks the flour. That's just the same way as we made the velouté. And then we have our hot liquid. We have 2 cups of milk here, and we take this roux, the butter and flour, off heat until it stops bubbling. And then one good trick is, if you want to make a thick sauce, you measure out the amount of milk that you want, but then you pour in only about 3/4 of it, because it's always easy to thin a sauce by adding more milk, and it takes longer to thicken it. So we pour the milk now into our roux, and then beat it up with a wire whip, and then set it back over heat until it is thickened up. can see that that's good and thick now, and I can now add a little more of my milk to it. And I can always thin it out if I'd like to later. See how quickly that sauce is made. And now we're going to use 1 cup of this sauce in our tambal, and we're going to use 2 cups of liver. I've already got a little bit of the liver in here, which you saw at the beginning. That was to egg you on. So you just put your 2 cups of liver, 2 cups is about a pound, into the blender and turn it on full speed. Then we're going to add 2 whole eggs and 2 egg yolks. I have 2 egg yolks there. And 1/3 cup of cream. And I'm going to add about 1/3 cup of port wine, or you can use Madeira wine, or you can use cognac, or you don't have to use any wine at all. And then on goes the blender again. And that's all there is to it. That's awfully fast, isn't it? Now, if you don't have a blender, you can do it just as well by putting the livers through a meat grinder and then putting them into a sieve and pushing it through with a wooden spoon and then just beating all the rest in with a wire whip.
Oh boy.
Now, you always want to strain it even after you've done it through the blender, because there always, as you'll see, just some little sort of filaments that don't quite get through the blender. But the liver is so delicate that it goes awfully quickly through a blender. But when you make one of these tambals, you want them to be very delicate so that you don't want to have any little filaments. Now you see, see those little things that just don't go quite through the blender, and that's why you want to always strain it through a sieve. There. Now that nothing could be much quicker than that, I would say. And now we're all ready to make these little custards. And you can use any kind of a little cup, and you butter them. Just take some butter in your fingers and just rub it around, because you're going to unmold them afterwards, and if you don't butter them, you can't unmold them. Now these are cute little ones I got in France. They're little baby Charlotte molds.
Hey, sure, Miss Fire. Yeah, no feet noodles.
And here are some little sort of souffle or ramekins that are made out of fireproof porcelain. And then here's a metal egg poaching mold, which you can use, or you can use a little Pyrex, a fireproof glass dish like that.
Also much less hunger-inducing.
And then you just fill this, and you don't want to
Hope you're
fill it
doing well.
more than, you want to leave about 1/8 of an inch at the top.
Yeah, sometimes there's a
Because
dual
it swells just a little bit.
subscription reporting. I need to remember I'm punting on this on the giveaways again. I'm gonna save the T numbers, and we'll do
overfilled
it
that
next
a little
month.
bit. I can take it out. And if you like, you could put this into a ring mold, or you could put it into a regular souffle mold. This amount that we have here has made just about 4 cups. And then these little molds get set in a pan of water. This, in French, when you cook anything in a pan of water like this, it's called a bain-marie, a bathe Mary. I don't know how they ever got that. And then always when you're going to cook something in a bain-marie, you bring it to the simmer over on the top of the stove. You want your water to come up just about halfway. And as soon as the water is at the simmer, then you set it in the oven.
How's the weekend?
And these are going to go into a 350 degree oven, and they will bake for about 25 to 30 minutes. It depends on how much you have in. If you had a, say, a 4-cup cylindrical mold you were going to cook them in, you'd probably have to bake them about 40 minutes. But you can tell when they're done very simply. Now here's one that was cooked in one of these little ramekins, and usually they shrink a little bit from the side. Sometimes they don't, but in any case, when you stick
Did
your
I get to
knife
sleep
in
in?
like that,
Sort of.
it comes out perfectly clean.
I
There
forgot
isn't
that I actually
any-
had choir this morning,
There isn't
so
any wet custard
I slept
that you
in
stuck
and
to
then
your
summarily
knife.
had to, like,
And then when it's done, if you can
do
cook
mad
them ahead, if
dashing
you want
to,
just leave
get
them
ready,
in their
yeah.
pan of simmering water. Or if you like, you can serve them cold. I think that these are.
I woke up
I
about the
prefer
time that I
these
normally
little
leave,
ramekins
so,
really to
and I didn't
liver
realize
pate. I'm going to unmold this one
for some time, like, yeah. I wasn't too late, but
and show you how it looks
kind
when
of
you
funny.
cut it apart. It's the most lovely, delicate consistency, and it makes a perfectly delicious cold hors d'oeuvre. Now here's one that I cooked in a larger mold, a larger charlotte, and we're now going to make a sauce for it. Now that's why I kept over this sauce, so that we can make a very quick one. Now that's just a plain bechamel as it is, and we're going to turn it into a sauce aurore. First we're going to put some cream in it. You see, that's one reason we wanted it nice and thick. You bring it up again to the simmer, and then you put in enough heavy cream just to make a sauce the consistency you want. In this case, we want a sauce that will, as they say in France, nap or coat a spoon.
For breathing patterns, make you feel like you're out of breath.
I'd like you to see, because you're always reading it in recipes. Cook the sauce until it coats the spoon. You see the spoon there, and the sauce is coating it or napping it. And so that's just about the thickness you want, and then you want to be sure to taste it for seasoning. It hasn't had any pepper in, and it hasn't had any salt in.
By the way, we're keeping in. Hold on.
Part, or aurora means
We're keeping an ear out for Julia sayings. So if you hear something that's like, that would be a funny tidbit, such as we'll note it and use it.
rosy, like rosy finger dawn.
This is a
It's just
Japanese
tomato
knife that my
paste, and you put
sister-in-law
in
gave
about
me, and it's used
a
for
teaspoon or
Like that.
so, or just
yuki
you just
sake,
want
whatever that's
enough
called,
to have a
and
nice rosy
vegetables
color
depending
to it.
on what your mood is.
You have to beat this up with the. It just sort of makes sort of a pink dawn color.
We've
Then
also got this now. Right? See?
It's
I'm
very nice.
playing. Hey,
So,
Corin.
put in some chopped herbs. I have a mixture here of chopped parsley and chives. And I'll put in about a tablespoon or so, and then we'll see how much we'd like. I think that can have a little bit more, and then we can put a little bit more on the top of the tambal.
Are sounds supposed to be playing? What do you mean?
Now, we've got to taste it
Oh.
for seasoning.
Sorry.
That's
Oh,
very
crap. I
nice.
forgot about that. I muted
Another
that.
thing that will improve it immensely is now when the sauce is all done and you're ready to serve, is to beat a little bit of butter in.
Oh, you didn't hear those.
Called
Okay.
beurre la sauce.
I'll play them again later.
I put in about a tablespoon there. And it's always interesting to taste the sauce after you've added the butter because it is much smoother and velvetier and more delicious. Now, we just spoon the sauce over the tambal. This makes a lovely hot first course. I don't think I can pour a little bit more on it. You could serve this with a hollandaise or with a béarnaise
I had someone
sauce.
talking on YouTube during Manga, so I muted Mix It Up.
Chop parsley around like that.
I forgot to unmute it.
But it's amazing how quickly you can make that. So that's all done. Now we're ready to finish our chicken livers. And as you remember, some time ago we made braised rice. And you can make a rice ring out of it by packing the braised rice into a buttered ring mold and then setting it in a pan of water and with a cover on it, and it just comes out like that. You need it in a 350 oven for about half an hour, and then if you're not ready to serve, you can just leave your ring mold in the pan of water over barely simmering water.
Manga is sacred.
So that makes a very
I try not to.
fun thing.
I just don't want it to be going
So we have our chicken livers
YouTube every
now,
5 seconds. Like, knock it off.
You could have finished these heavens in the morning, and when they cooled, cover them and then heat them and refrigerate them and then heat them up when you're ready to use them. The important thing at this point is that you do not overcook the chicken livers before you're going to serve them, and they just go into the rice ring and sprinkle on some parsley, and there you are. So those are two extremely quick and delicious meals. People think they're really being served something elegant when they get these. So here we're having a real chicken liver meal. We have our chicken liver sautéed with ham and mushrooms in the rice ring. We have buttered peas, and we have our dear little chicken liver custard. And with these you would drink either a chilled white burgundy or a white grave. Now, to go over this tambal things, I don't think you need anything more on how to saute the chicken livers. Those proportions for about 4 cups, that's 1 cup of thick white sauce and 2 cups of A puree, chicken livers, cooked asparagus, cooked shellfish, anything else you think would go well, 2 eggs, 2 yolks, 1/3 cup of cream, and about a 1/4 or a 1/3 cup of port wine if you like. And then remember that you strain it, and for cooking it, you put it in a buttered mold, set in a pan of water, bring that to the simmer, and then put it in a 350 oven, and it's done. As soon as
get new people may not know.
in, and the
People are
knife
regulars
comes
who try
out
to talk.
clean. Now next
You want to be
time
like,
we're going to have
it's fine.
roast duck in the French manner, canard à l'orange. We're doing it on the spit and in the oven. That's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child.
Talking is fine. It's
Bon
like
appetit.
trying to have a conversation that's not related. It's like, no. I'll talk. We can talk like about non-manga things later. Like,
The French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
okay, hold on. Have these cooled off yet? Yeah, okay. Here's the bad chicken.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
So we got that one, and we got the use your finger.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
So we're looking for audio clips out of context that are funny.
This is roast duck. We're going to serve it with a orange-flavored sauce, canard à l'orange, one of the most famous of all duck recipes. Today on The French Chef.
You hadn't heard the finger one before?
Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to do roast duck. We're going to describe how it's done in the oven, and we're going to roast it on the spit. This canard à l'orange, or duck with orange, is one of the most famous dishes for duck, and you often get it in a restaurant. But it's not at all difficult to do yourself, because all it is a duck which is roasted and stuffed with a little bit of orange peel, and then you make a sauce and simmer orange peel in that.
I'm not sure if the song triggers
what I'm going
copyright,
to show you is
so I was just muting it to be safe.
Roast a duck. But before we take up the duck
Can
itself,
oh yeah, we could do that on penny
do
whistle.
The orange part, and this part you can do way ahead of
Should
time.
it be like
the day
with
before
terrible?
you want to serve it? And this consists of
Honking.
making blanched orange peel like that, and you do it this way. You take a vegetable peeler and you peel off just the orange part of the peel. You can't do it with the knife, because then you still get some of the white part in. Then after you've peeled that off, you should have 4 oranges, because you need about that much, which is a good half cup. And then you line it all up and cut it into very thin strips called julienne. You just cut about 2 or 3
exactly.
strips
The
like that,
recorder rendition of
cut it
Titanic.
down like that. And the strip should be about 1.5 inches long and about an
Oh man.
1/16 of an inch wide, just as thin as you can make them. And if you have a nice sharp knife, and if you've practiced all the knife techniques we've shown you, you ought to be able to do this very quickly. And then your orange is like that, and you're going to decorate the duck, with orange segments. But the segments you don't do until the duck is roasting, and the segments look like
I have to. Oh wait.
skin on them.
I have to say, does anyone play Terraria? If so, I think that Julia, when she clears her throat, it sounds like when you take damage in Terraria. Keep an ear out for it. It's like, that sort of a thing.
But if you do them too far ahead of time, they take on a very stale taste. And so, you cut the 2 ends of the orange off like that, and then just cut down.
No, she's not going to do it.
Expose the flesh, and have cut off all of the white part of the peel. This you have to do carefully, because this is what they call la grande cuisine, or fancy French cooking, and all that means is it just takes more time than ordinary French cooking. Then be sure that you have every little bit of the white off. And then you see the segments are separated by a little piece of filament or skin, so you just cut between them. You can see better after I get this one off. You see, there's your little skin there that when you just cut on the other side of that. And there you have your segments. And if there are any little bits of white like that, just cut them off, because this is going to decorate the duck when it's done. And then put them in a bowl and cover the bowl and refrigerate it. And remember not to do it till about ½ an hour before you serve the duck, or it will be all stale and not taste the way it should. And now for the duck.
Yay, Sukabeth. Yeah.
Most American ducks that you can get, unless you live in an area close to a duck raising place,
Hope you're doing well. Oh,
they're
but
frozen.
just I demonstrated this earlier, so I don't know if the redeem is ready. We're looking for good sound bites like this one.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Okay, so anytime you hear something where it's like, oh, that would be pretty funny, that's what we're keeping an ear out for.
And the best way to defreeze them, if you have plenty of time, is to leave it in its package
She's about to clear her
and
throat.
defrost in the refrigerator. This sometimes takes 2 or 3 days. And the best alternative, according to the Poultry and Egg National Board, whom I wrote and to find out, is to take it out of its wrapper and put it in a great big basin of water. And then as soon as it's defrozen a little bit, get the legs to move and move the wings, and then as soon as you can reach in and pull out the giblets, do that. And then the duck will defreeze more quickly, and then as soon as it's defrosted and you can feel whether there are any crackles inside, then drain it all out. And you lose much less juice and flavor if you do it that way. And then, after your duck is defrosted, you'll find some fat in here, which you just pull out and discard, because you can't use duck fat for anything. And then
You can't use duck
it's
fat.
a good idea to take out the wishbone. The wishbone comes right up here and is a little bit above where the breast meat is, and it makes it very difficult to carve if the wishbone is still in. There's part of the wishbone, which I've already taken out. But what you do is to lift this back, and then with a little knife, you'll see the wishbone in there, and you just cut all around underneath and all around on top. And then when you've loosened it, you just put your finger in and bend it down that way and out. And there it is. And that makes your carving much easier. And then the wings are like that. There's very little flesh on them, and it's best just to cut the wings off. Just take a great big knife and spread the wing out and go whang on each side. And then you save the wings for your stock pot. And now
That might be one. Hold on.
fat in there I'll take out
Hold on. What do we think?
on each side.
Oh.
And then you spread the wing, and it's best just to cut the wings off. Just take a great big knife and spread the wing out and go whang on each side.
Okay, hold on. Go wang. All right, hold on. All right, this is duck à l'orange. Roast duck à l'orange. And this was about like 6:34 knife and go wang on each side.
Great big knife and spread the wing out and go whang on each side. And then you save the wings for your stock pot. And now, there's still a little piece of fat in there I'll take out. Now you want to truss the duck. And the French method of trussing is to use a big trussing needle with white string. And if you don't have that, go to the 5 and 10 cent store and get some wooden knitting needles and drill a hole in one end, and then you can put the string in through it. And that works out just as well. I don't know why you can't find trussing needles here, but you can. Now you want to truss the wings to the body. And we've got a little more neck here than we need, so we just cut it off, and that can be saved for stock. And then you just take your needle and go right through the carcass. This doesn't hurt the duck at all. I think a trussing needle is much easier than those skewers that you have, and besides they don't stick into you. And then turn the duck on its back and bring that neck skin up over, and then just
We got
go
wait, I missed that one. Where was that?
There.
We got a little bit more neck than we need. Also, like, this doesn't hurt the duck at all. That was pretty good.
right through the carcass. This doesn't hurt the duck at all.
Was it before or after that one?
I think a trussing needle is much easier than those skewers that you have, and these
Okay.
go stuck here than we need. So
Oh, there it
just
is.
to the body. And we've got a little more neck here than we need, so we just cut it off. And that can be saved for stock.
That was 7:17.
Then you just take your needle and go right through the carcass.
A little more neck here.
Doesn't hurt the duck at all.
That one's a pretty good. There's actually
think
way too many good ones.
Pressing needle is much easier than
Okay.
the skew.
Okay. There are likely to be so many. In fact, we could lower the bar because I'm trying to be like really selective because I'm thinking like channel point redeems. I think these can't be channel point redeems because there's gonna be like 100 of them. So how about we have something that's a channel point redeem, but then it's a random selection of a Julia Child saying, or something else that either does a random Julia Child saying, or do you want to be able to select your Julia Child saying? Do you want to be able to, like, you know, pull out the finger when you need it, or do you want to have the random Julia, or both? Are there like, should we have a random generator and ones that you pull out? You like the censored idea?
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Part of I want to come up with a way to get more in there because there's so many good ones that are just like even that doesn't hurt the duck at all. Like that one's probably good too, right?
Take your needle and go right through the carcass. This doesn't hurt the duck at all. I think a pressing needle is much easier than those skewers that you have, and besides they don't stick into you. And then turn the duck on its back and bring that neck skin up over.
Random plus a select. Yeah, that
right
might work.
Through there to catch the neck skin.
You guys will have to tell me which ones you would want to be able to pull out.
Come through the other end.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. So we'll lower the bar. We'll lower the bar.
And give the string, there's one twist, give it another twist, and then tie it and then twist it again around that way so the knot won't loosen as you're tying the final knot. So there's that part all done, and then we're going to fill it with the orange peel. Going to use about a third of it. And some salt, about half a teaspoon of salt. We'll just lift up the duck and put the salt in. And then, though you don't have to, I always think a little bit of onion is good. And just
what's that dangly
cut it
thing?
Fairly finely.
There's that dangly thing inside the duck. That's gross.
I actually find that the bigger the knife, the easier things are to do. And that goes inside.
That's a good
saying. It's really
saying.
actually better not to do any more of a stuffing than sort of a flavor stuffing like this. Then I'm going to put in a little bit of sage. You don't have to have any sage at all. That's about half a teaspoon, and rub it all around. And then we're going to close the opening. So take the tail part and give it a bend like that. Break it a little bit. And fold that over. And then go right through. And that holds the legs in place. You don't have to go through the legs again. You just tie them again the same way. This is particularly important to truss the duck if you're going to do it on a spit, because you can't have it flapping around. And besides, it looks much better when you serve it if it's been held in place.
I want to have all these things. Can't have it flapping around.
Ducks are very fat, and particularly American ducks. I don't know why we have this. Only this one breed, the Peking, because the French duck, they have a no.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do it. We're going for it. Flapping around. Where was that?
You don't have to go through the legs again. You just tie them again the same way. This is particularly important to truss the duck if you're going to do it on a spit, because you can't have it flapping around. And besides, it looks much better
Can't have it
when you serve
flapping
it if it's
around.
been held in place.
Now we have fat
Then,
ducks.
Because ducks are very fat, and particularly American ducks. I don't know why we have this. Only this one breed, the Peking, because
Ducks
the French
are very
duck, they have
fat,
a knock
particularly
duck, and
American
they have the
duck.
Rouen duck, and they're much less fatty, and I think they have a bigger breast. But to get rid of the fat, you take a sharp pointed instrument and just poke it through the skin all around where the fat is. Don't poke up over the breast here. The fat lies down along there and under the second joints and along the back. And just poke it at half-inch intervals. And then as it roasts, these little fat holes allow the fat to escape. See, there's a lot of fat particularly right around in there. You don't want to really go through to the flesh. It's just pricking the skin. So there, that's all ready to go. And then you have, with your duck, you have the neck, which I have already hacked up. And you have your 2 pieces of gizzard. And for some reason, this duck had 3 livers in it. The one I had the other day didn't have any liver at all, so we were lucky. And that you can use to make the stock for your sauce. And as you remember, when we made the lamb stock, it's very simple to do. You dry these off, and then you brown them in very hot fat with a cut onion and a cut carrot. And then when they're browned, you put them into a saucepan and cover with water or water and stock. You can use a bit of canned beef bouillon, about half and half, to give it a good flavor, and then let it simmer quietly for 2 hours, and strain it and degrease it, and the base for your sauce is all ready. That's just what I've done with this. That's about 2 cups of strained, degreased, good, strong, beautifully flavored duck stock. And once that you have it all flavored up, the making of your sauce will take you about 3 minutes. So, the wings you would also add, you just go whack. There. And then, our duck is now ready to go. We're going to do this on a spit. And if you're thinking of getting a new oven, be sure to get one with a rotary spit, because they're just wonderful for duck and turkey. There's just something about having it rolling around and basting itself. Now, with the spit, you want to put it in from the neck end so that you'll be able to lift the duck up and drain it. If you had it the other way around, you'd have to drain it this way, which wouldn't work at all. So remember, start at the neck end and you just pierce right through it. And then be sure that you get it anchored into the shoulder muscles there. It's sometimes a little hard to do, but you just push it in. There. Because when the duck is going around on the spit, you want it to... Well, I got that in too soon because I didn't get through the back part. There. It's got to go through the tail piece here, and I'll have to anchor it in there. There. And then for the lower prong, I always have to do this with all kinds of noises. There. Now get that anchored into part of the carcass so that when the duck goes around, it will be fairly firmly anchored. That's why they have these prongs. So now that's all ready to roast. And it doesn't need any basting or anything like that because it has plenty of fat. And so we put it into our rotisserie. The sticks goes in there. Turn the heat on to high and turn on the spit. And then you don't have to do anything to it. Now this is a 4.5 pound duck, and it will take about 1 hour and a quarter. And if it's in the oven, which I'll show you, you put the door on.
Just set it and forget it, yeah.
There.
Oh.
That's all you have to do. Now if it's in the oven like this one here, actually oven roasting has its charms too, because you get all these juices in the bottom. You start with your oven at 450 and start with the duck over on its side like that and let it brown for about 5 minutes. Then turn the duck onto the other side and let it brown for about 5 minutes. And then on its back for about 5 minutes. This will take 15 to 20 minutes. And then
just
turn
like Ram Papil.
oven down to 350.
Set it and forget it.
And roast it for about 1/3 of the time on its side. And then turn and roast it for 1/3 of the time on its other side. And then for the last 10 minutes, roast it on its breast and salt it. And this way you'll get a much more even browning and the breast will be tender. Now this is all done and I have the oven on it warm, which is not very hot, and so that will keep very nicely. And now, when your duck is roasting, we're now going to do the sauce, which is the final fixing of it. And this recipe for duck à l'orange is a brown duck stock, and then it has a sweet and sour coloring of caramel and vinegar, and then it has the orange peel which simmers in it. So we're now going to do the caramel. And with that, we're going to have 3 tablespoons of sugar. That goes right into your little pan. And then we're going to have 1/4 cup of red wine vinegar. And whenever you're doing a caramel, shake the pan, swirl the pan until the sugar has dissolved. Because if you let it boil before the sugar has dissolved, very often it will crystallize. And so keep taking a look at the pan and seeing whether it has crystallized. I mean, whether the sugar is melted. And as soon as it has, then it can boil hard. And now we're going to do the thickening of our sauce. This is our duck stock here. And we're going to thicken it with arrowroot.
Arrowroot.
Now, arrowroot is a starch of perfectly a white powder, which is very much like cornstarch. But the difference is that when it is in a sauce for thickening, the sauce doesn't become slightly cloudy. It remains clear. And for certain fancy sauces, like this orange sauce, or for a ham with Madeira sauce, you thicken with arrowroot. It's rather difficult to find. I had to go to several places to find this. Sometimes they have it at drugstores. And
I have some
other times
arrowroot.
at
I didn't realize
fancy
that's what it was
grocery
for.
stores. If you can't find it, use cornstarch, and you use it exactly the same way. And we have about 2 cups of sauce here, so we'll use about 2.5 tablespoons of arrowroot. You can always add a little bit more if you don't have enough. And then we're going to flavor it with port wine. And if you use port wine, be sure and get one that's not sweet.
Oops. Okay, I was not supposed to do that, Cable.
Flavor of it. And then beat that up with a little wire whip. We get all the lumps out.
I just
and
realized.
keep your eye on your caramel. There it is. It's just boiling up. When the bubbles get thick, you can tell that it's just about caramelized.
Oh boy.
So after you've mixed this up into your sauce here, you just pour it in to your stock, and then add your orange peel. That's about 1/3 cup now of orange peel, and that's to simmer slowly, and that picks up flavor. So I'll let it simmer over here. Now I'm still watching this caramel. It isn't ready yet, so I can get out the
there go
duck.
the ends.
Because we still have the final flavorings of the duck to do. And I'm going to get our serving platter too. Now, see, that's nice and brown. But what you want to be very careful when you're cooking the duck is that you don't overcook it. On the package that this duck came in, it said cook it about 3 hours, and that's crazy. I don't know what you get. You just got a piece of dry straw, I think. Now, to tell when the duck is done, you lift it up and let the juices drain out of it. And when the last juices can be very faintly rosy, because in France they often serve it medium rare. And also, when you press the drumsticks,
Crazy.
they're tender and they move in their sockets. And then we remove the trussing strings. You just cut them and pull them out. There's the knot. Cut by the knot, and then it pulls out more easily. And there you are. Now we want to look at our caramel again.
All right. That was row 121.
See, those
That was very
bubbles are
dramatic,
getting
yeah.
a little bit a little bit thicker. When they get to be great big bubbles, you can tell how it is. Now look again at our sauce.
Okay, so we did like
We just
9
want that to
rows.
simmer slowly. You can see that's taken on a very light thickening, and that's all you want it to do. And now back to our duck pan.
So yeah, we should
Now you
finish
see
this in
with
about a
this-
week.
Doing it in the roasting pan, you get all these nice juices down in the bottom of the pan, and I always put a
Okay,
cut
we'll
up
watch the
carrot
rest
and
of this
onion
video.
in after the duck has browned for its 15 minutes. Now I've got to go back to our caramel. We keep jumping. Now you see, that's just about done. And so with caramel, you just have to keep watching it, because if it burns, you just have to start and do it all over again. You notice how thick those bubbles are. Just let it go for half a minute more, and then take it off the heat and pour in a little bit of your warm sauce, because you have to dissolve the caramel. And then put it again over heat, so that you can tell whether you've dissolved the caramel, if there are any little bits of the caramel in the bottom of it, which there aren't. So then you pour it back into your sauce, and you're all done. So that can just stay warm now, and then we're going to deglaze all these juices in the roasting pan. We've gotten the fat off now. And a little bit of some carrot and onion give added flavor to your sauce. Then we want to, no, I think I'll deglaze that with some port, because it's nice to have a little wine flavoring in. I'm going to put in about a quarter of a cup of port. Can put in even more if you want. And deglazing means only just stirring up the roasting pan with a liquid until you've dissolved all of the nice flavorful brown bits. That's one of the very important parts in French cooking, that you always deglaze, because that's where you have extra flavor. Then you want to let that reduce. It's terrible to have a sauce that has an alcohol raw taste in it. So anytime you put in port, brandy, wine, or anything else, you'll always let it boil down about half, because all you want is the flavor. So there's no alcohol left in it at all. And now we will now strain this into our sauce, and that will give it even additional flavor. Just pour it right in. There. See that? The carrot and onion has always also given it more flavor. Now, we'll just taste the sauce. You
Wine
see,
reminds you of that
very,
Emerald Lagasse
very
quote. I
slight
love cooking with
thickening.
wine. Sometimes put it in the food. Yeah. Yep.
That's very good, because all of the orange peel is simmered long enough in it to make it delicious. So we will now decorate the duck with our orange peel. Now this you have had in the icebox and have only done about half an hour before serving. So you just lay segments across the duck like that. Orange and duck go awfully well together, because the dark, rich duck meat and the fresh taste of fresh oranges is just an awfully nice combination. If oranges happen to be out of season, you can use fresh cherries or canned Bing cherries, which you just warm for a little bit in the sauce. Or you can use fresh peaches, which you can poach in the sauce. I'm going to put a little bit of watercress on there. And then you simply just put the rest of the orange segments around. Use your fingers. It's awfully hard to do it with spoons. And if you're well scrubbed up, you never need to worry. And then spoon a little bit of sauce with peel over the duck and the oranges, which makes it glisten. You can see why it's nice to have the arrowroot, because it makes a clear sauce. I must say that smells good. And then your duck's ready to serve, but you can and should really improve your sauce a little bit more by putting some butter into it. I will say that your sauce has just been at the simmer, so you take it off the simmer and put in about a tablespoon of butter and swirl it into the sauce. This is called buttering a sauce, and it's something that they always do in French cooking. It is not very often done in American cooking, but that's what gives that sauce that sort of lovely, velvety taste. And then when that's absorbed, you can put in about 2 tablespoons of butter if you like, and then pour it into a saucepan. So, I mean a warm sauce bowl is what I mean. Now when you're serving this famous dish, you don't want to muss it up with a lot of vegetables. This should be a separate course. You'd serve with it just potatoes, either potato chips or home-fried potatoes or sautéed potatoes, and bread. And then you could have a fish or consommé for a first course, and then you could follow your duck with salad and cheese. But these are such special tastes that it's too bad to hurt them with any other extraneous matter. Now, duck is not very easy to carve if you're not used to it. And the thing to do is to outline with your knife the legs and second joints, and then take your fork and bend it all the way back, and that loosens the ball joint from under there in the back. And then to carve the breast, you cut right down one side of the breastbone, and then take your knife and make thin slices all along there. And you don't take your wing off until the end. There's very little meat on it anyway. I'm not going to carve it now because we're going to do it another time when we do our pâtés and aspics. And with this
aspics,
you have 3 choices: either a white burgundy or a sauterne or a red Bordeaux. And remember, don't overcook the duck. 1 1/4 hours for a 4.5 pound duck is sufficient. Now, next time we're going to do French chocolate mousse, a perfectly delicious no-cal dessert, as we laughingly say. Well, that's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. All right. Thank you, Julia. All right, so what was next? French mousse? Lovely 0-calorie dessert. All right. I will pause. And we're so close to finishing. I'll finish that row at the end. Okay, we got some good quotes. We got some good quotes here. We got the take the knife and go weighing on each side. We got a little bit more neck here than we need. Basically, push the thing through the carcass. Doesn't hurt the duck at all. Can't have it flapping around. Ducks are very fat, particularly American ducks. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think the winner is the fat ducks. Okay. That's some good quotes. Thank you, Julia.
The French Chef is made possible by...
Okay, so next time we'll continue with chocolate mousse and caramel custard. Oh, yeah. Good old Julia. Now I hope when we started watching these again, the first couple episodes got me dinged by YouTube. But it was just like the first 2 episodes. And so I think maybe just they scanned for those 2 episodes. But we'll see. If we get hit again with like the copyright, we may not be able to watch those. That's why we had stopped watching them. But I got suspicious. It was also weird because it took like it took longer. It took like 5 days for that to hit. And I was worried because we had watched a bunch of the episodes, and so I stopped. But then only like the first 2 got hit. So it was weird. I don't really know what's going on, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. It wasn't the bad copyright either, where it was like a takedown notice. Okay. All right, we left at a pretty rough cliffhanger here. Excuse me. Let's get this stuff going. This is chapter 66. Akira, volume 4, chapter 66. Okay, and volume 4, chapter 66. And finally, we'll change the stream info. Japanese Akira, chapter, 65, 66. Now. Writing and reading. Okay. I think we're good. As always, don't forget, get ice cream. Okay, and we're stopping on the right side there. 306. Let me just verify. I set this up yesterday, but I should trust myself. And yet, here we are. 306. Okay, that is right. Okay. All right. What do we have? Miyako-sama. Sono. Oh, is that Kirei? No. I'm gonna look this up ahead of time here. Ishi? Kirei. It's the Rei. Uruwashi. Ooh, that's a rare. That's a rare one. Uruwashi Go. Oh god, he's being like pedantic. All right, you know what? Before we start, I'm just gonna look up all these words. Is that Zon? No. Son. What would that be? Songan? Like an honored face? I don't see it here, so I don't know that that's an actual thing. Okay. What is, well, I'm looking for cowl. Yeah, it'd be like Zongan. Zongan, your countenance, okay? Zongan o... Okay, it's Heiken. But, wait, but it's not... Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. Hashi? Haisu? Oh, Haishi. I can't see this. Okay, I guess it's actually 1, 2, 3, and then this, and then this. Okay. What verb is this? Matsuru? To offer, to present, to revere. Oh my gosh. Kyoetsu. Oh, then this is like the highest delight. Yeah. Extremely humble and delighted. Shigoku. Etsu shigoku. Gozaimasu. Bureimono. Kaere? All right. Unfortunately, hopefully this is like the worst of it. Hikae. Hikaeru. Hikae. Is there any other meaning of this word? Hikaeru. Okay. All right. We'll just go with that. If I have to look up more, this will be it. All right. Here we go. Oops. There we go. All right. Okay, let's read chapter 66 of Akira. When we finished chapter 65, this group had infiltrated the castle, Miyako's temple, and was killing a lot of people, and they finally found Miyako, and that's where we had paused with chapter 65. So chapter 66, here's this guy. Kore wa Miyako-sama. Ask for this, Lady Miyako. So sort of like, here we go. Finally, Lady Miyako. Oh boy. Okay, so I looked up a bunch of these words. He's being very pedantic with his very honorific language here. Sono uruwashiki gozonga no haishi matsuri. Okay, so again, this is very overly honorific language. So like that beautiful, lovely countenance, like your face, like to worship, offering and worshiping your lovely face. And then we have kyoetsu, which is a delight, and this is like ultimate delight. So kyoetsu shigoku de gozaimasu. It's the ultimate delight. So clearly being very sarcastic. One of the monks yells out, or someone yells out, bureimono. Bure just means rude. Mono, person. So you rude person. Hikaeru is to be temperate, to restrain oneself, like restrain yourself. Uruse kuso bolzu domo. You're noisy. Shut up, you shitty monks. Bolzu. Gaki to onna wa doko ni iru? As for the brat and woman, where existing. So where are the woman and the brat? As we saw in the previous chapter, that's Kei and Masaru. Shaberitaku nai no nara, sore demo kamawanei ze. Dochi ni shiro, mina karoshi ni kawari wa nai en dakara na. Okay. Not wanting to talk, if it's that, or not caring, not minding, do whichever direction. Everyone killing, as for changing, not existing, that's why. So basically, pick whatever you like don't talk or don't care. Changing the fact that we're going to kill it's not going to change the fact that we're going to kill everyone. Which is great. Okay, so this is, I guess, her, or maybe one of the monks. No, it's her. This manner of thing doing, how becoming, or why becoming. So, like, what will become of you doing this sort of a thing? Dai kakusama ya Tetsuo-sama ga oyorokobi ni naru no sa. It will become the happiness, the fortune of the Great Awakened One and Tetsuo, Lord Tetsuo. Omae tachi mo ureshii daro? And you guys also, it's happiness, isn't it? Niru na. Niru. No, it's not niru. It's nisemono, like to be false. What's the verb? Itsukaru? Itsuwaru. Itsuwaru na. Itsuwaru na. Don't lie, don't deceive, don't pretend. Chini karota onore no yabo dearo ga. Okay, so to blood. It's not karo. You want karu. Kuru, sorry, to go mad. Kuruta onore no, what did I say, yabo? Yabo, ambition, dearo. So don't lie, don't deceive. Like ambition of you who has gone mad with blood or towards blood. It's that, right? So she's accusing him. Sore ga doushita fukujo baba. Okay, that, how did, again, like old lady. What was fukujo? That's not fukujo. We saw this earlier. This is just an insult. So he's finally dropped his pretense there. Oop. Fukusuke. Oh, that's right. Fukusuke. The large-headed dwarf statue. Yeah, Fukusuke Baba. We looked at Fukusuke, who that is previously. So basically, what of it? Or it could also maybe be like how that thing, like the fact that I'm doing my own desires or whatever, like how do you know? But like what of that? And then he calls her the Fukusuke old hag. Kutabare! Eat shit! Whoa! Gaching! Okay, that's readying their gun. Huh? Gaching! Dosta.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Done. Okay. Hikitetsu ga. Hikitetsu. The trigger. The trigger. So what happened? What's wrong? So obviously all their guns, you see the sparkling going on. Although that could just be the sound effect of clicking or something. Hikitetsu. What else would it be? Hiki. Come on, it's trigger. Come on. Gane. Hikigane. Hikigane. Ga. The trigger. Okay. Okay. The monks are putting out their hands. Temera ni mo sonna chikara ga. Also to you guys, that sort of power, meaning like you guys have that power too. God. Wah! Okay, this guy like erupts in flames or something. Bohatsu? Combustion? No. Bohatsu. Spontaneous discharge. Oh, or accidental gun discharge. Okay. So like the gun blew up or something. Zoo. Gun. All right, that gun blew up. Sagaruna. Don't step back. So they're starting to step back. He's saying, Sagaruna. Don't step back. Ju ga dame nara. Oh, this is bare hands. Nani te de ike. Go using, so if guns, if they're no good, using bare hands, go using your bare hands. What is that? It's like Sude. Sude de ike. With the bare hands, go. Use your hands. You get used to using your finger. Like Julia says. Oh. Kyuki o kawasu no da. This is like villainous or evil weapons, or I think. Isn't that Q? Is it Kyoki? It's Kyoki. Dangerous, lethal weapons, destroy. Destroying lethal, dangerous weapons. Kawasu, there is, or kwasu no da, meaning like we must, or you must do that. You must destroy the evil weapons, the lethal weapons. Hito o kizutsukute wa naranu. As for wounding, hurting people, it will not become. So you must not hurt people. Oh, she's saying this to the monks. She's saying this to the monks, like destroy the weapons. Destroy the weapons will not become harming the people. Kuso, sore de kiru nara kochi mo. Damn it, with this or with that, if it's coming to this, if it's coming to that, this direction also. Okay, damn it. Sore de kuru nara kochi mo. Yeah. So, damn it, if it's coming to that, then this direction also, meaning we also. Aitsura o tsurete koi. Bring those guys. Those guys, come and bring. Hi, yes, sir. Naze so ara Araso to suru? Why that way trying to fight? Why are you trying to fight that way? Nani yue mueki? Na ryuketsu o nozomu no da. Nani yue. Why? How? Mueki is like non-profitable, like pointless. Mueki. Yeah, useless, futile, vain, without profit. Flow of blood, shedding blood. Which is going to be like ryuketsu. Bloodshed. Again, nozomu, like why are you desiring? Why are you wishing for the pointless shedding of blood? そうして、大人ずらして収まってやがるてめえらが、目視の何々りなんだよ。Okay. This is not any good anymore. There it is. Okay, it is Zawari. Mezawari. So, Sawaru to harm. Okay. Mezawari nanda yo. Okay, so his response to the bloodshed is doing that way, adult face, otona zura shite osamate yagaru. Osamaru is to pin down? To be in one's place. Osamate yagaru temera. You guys are an eyesore. You guys who do pinning down of doing adult face. I don't know what otonazura suru. That seems really weird. Okay, so otonazura. Okay, yeah, we're not going to get that. Otonazura shite. Otonazura shite osamate yagaru. Temera ga. You guys who do this are an eyesore. Okay, let me see if I can find something here. Otona zura shite osamate temaera. Putting on an adult face and calming down. Well, probably not the calming down. Okay, so this is like putting on an adult face or acting like you're adults, I guess. You guys, and yagaru is the contempt. So you guys who are putting on an adult face or acting like you're adults, you're an eyesore. Okay. それに、お前らも力を使えるとなると、なおさらだ。Okay, so in addition, you guys also power able to use, if that's becoming that, it's Nao Sarada. It's all the more, it's all the more. All the more so if you guys are able to use the power. you guys also power able to use. If it be becoming that, then it's all the more. So it's not just the eyesore bit, it's the fact that they can use psychic power. 帝国の将来に優しい no 何を残しておくわけにはいかんからな。To the future of the empire, to the empire's future, remaining this, leaving behind reason, as for that, it cannot go. So we can't leave something with a remaining something for the future of the empire. Okay, that's not yasashi, it's the thing without yasashi. Which this is going to be really annoying to draw. There it is. Okay, that's ure, grief, distress. Ure no koshite. Okay. Yeah, I guess leaving behind grief, distress towards the future of the empire, like doing a reason to do that on purpose, it cannot go, or won't do that. So he's viewing them as a source of grief, I guess, or distress, or maybe the fact that whatever. But and something towards about the future of the empire, views them as a source of remaining grief, sorrow, distress. Okay. All right. Weird, but okay. Okay, sort of switching scenes. We're still in the temple. Oh, right. This is back to this guy was shot this woman's kid, and yeah, this is not going to go well. B. Yeah. Yamete. Stop. Yamero hito denashi. Stop hito denashi. Like without people? Wait, what? Oh, hito denashi is a brute. You brute. Stop, you brute. You miscreant. Soda yamero. It is that way. Stop. That's right. Stop. Uruse koredemo kurae. So shut up. You're noisy. Even with this kurae, I guess like eat this. Or even this, like, eat, whatever. He's about to, like, shoot them. Gachi. Click. Are. Huh? Gachin. Gachi. Gachin. Bun. Ah! Dosta. How did? What happened? Oh, gosh, he's got his pants down. All right, the gun blew up on this guy. Oh, mega! Eyes, my eyes. Dare da, dare ga yatta. Who is? Who did? So, who is it? Who did it? Gu, gu, gu. Kutabari zokonai ga. Kachin. Okay, so Kutabari zokonai. Kutabari is again like eat shit. Oh no. Kutabari zokonai is, well, kutabare does mean eat shit. But kutabari zokonai is a worthless person who wouldn't be missed if they died. You worthless piece of shit. Kaching. Click. Imada. It's now. Yare. Do it. Mate! Oh, wait. Korose. Kill. Okay, this is the people in the temple that were sick and wounded. Now that the guns aren't working, they're attacking. Kachi, click. Uruse mina no katachi da. Kataki da. Shut up, you're noisy. It's the it's the vengeance of everyone. So this is basically like, we're paying you back for everyone, meaning that you killed. こいつめ、地獄に落ちやがれ. These guys, meh, meaning like, you bastards, fall into hell. And again, yagare meaning contempt. Like basically, go to hell. These guys, go to hell. しっかりしてください、宮司様. Please hang in there, Guji-sama. This is like palace personnel or something. Guji. It's another term for chief priest. Okay. Or Shinto priest. It's this guy. This guy fell over here. And one of the people in the temple is saying, basically, please hang in there, Lord Priest. Okay. So things are kind of stabilizing. Doda gakki wa itaka? We're switching scenes again. How is it? Ass or the brat existed? Meaning, so what's up? Did you find the brat? Dame da. Mukou wa kowarete te hito wa sunjai ne yo. Okay. It's no good. As for the other direction, he's pointing behind. As for the other direction, broken people. As for that living sunjai ne. I guess like it's just broken people living back there. それにしても広すぎるぜ. In any case, too wide, meaning like the place is too large. Oi, hey, どうした見つけたのか? How did, again, meaning like what happened, what's wrong? Found, discovered. 一度戻ってもう一回しよう. That's shimesu. Shiji. Oh, right. Orders. Indication. Orders, instructions. Yeah, okay. So, all right. So this is like one of the temple people I get. Maybe? All right. We'll see what's happening. This person is going back. There's other people here. It says, Ichido modotte mokai shiji o. Again, like one time even returning, one time going back, one more time orders. Okay, I guess like we should go back once and one more time get orders. Shijio. Shush. Shizuka ni shiro. Do towards quiet. Be quiet. Are o miro. That thing, look. Look at that thing. Check that out. Oh, okay. So no. These two joined this person. They're looking at something else. Okay. I thought these two guys were hiding right now. Okay. So these two from here just joined up with this person. Got it. So that's all three of them. I was being more complicated than it really was. Ah, okay. So looking down this hallway, there's a bunch of monks. Pinpon no daiseikai de Hawaii? Oh yeah, Hawaii tabi itte kanji ga shinei ka? Okay, so a ping pong or ping-pong, meaning like the ping-pong of a big correct answer and a feeling of going on a trip to Hawaii, doesn't it do that? Does this not do the feeling of going on a trip to Hawaii with a great correct answer with a ping pong 塩が姉妹。塩が姉妹が、ツッコミはわかるさ、行こうぜ。Okay. Shoga Shimai is close to like no choice. Shoga Shimai ga Tsukomi. The Tsukomi is comedy routine. Shio ga shimai ga tsukomi wakaru sa. Okay. I think this is a joke about, he's talking about the joke here. Let me double check something here. Shio ga shimai tsukomi ya wakaru. Something about understanding the joke. Yeah, okay, I guess like trying to do it or not doing it. Trying to do it or not doing it will understand. Okay, maybe this isn't tsukomi as in the joke. It's actual plunging in. It usually gets used as the joke aspect, but we'll understand basically when we plunge in. Let's go. Either way, the point is let's go. They're going. Oh, so there. Oh no, this is K. Ah. Oh, okay, no. This is K running. There's the monks. They have been attacked by these people, and she is hearing the sound of them being shot. That's what that means. Yeah. Okay. Gun. Dropping the tray. Naka ni mo mada iru kamo shiranei ze. Also inside, still existing probably. Meaning there's probably more inside. Ooh. Chanto shindero. Die properly. Mate. Dareka kuru. Wait, somebody's coming. Nakamaka? Friends? Allies? No. Chigao. It's different. Onnada. It's a woman. Ju o motteru zo. Possessing a gun. She's got a gun. Yamero! Utsuna! Stop! Don't shoot! Meirei o wasureta no ka? Orders forgotten? Did you forget the orders? So they're supposed to find K, and they were told not to harm them. Hatoe watashi hitori ni natta te anta tachi ni wa makenai wa. Okay. If me, one person becoming, you guys, answer to you guys, not losing. Not the way, like, I guess, like, if it's just me, one person, like, I'm not going to lose against you. Uh-oh. Baka. Baka. Hanase yareru zo. Hanase yarareru zo. I guess, like, let me go. Idiot, let go of me. I guess this is like, I don't know why he's got it in yareru. Or yarareru. I don't know. Anyway, something about letting go, you idiot. Wah! Do suru. How do? What are you doing? Or what should we do? Ashida. Ashi o nerae. It's the legs. Aim for the legs. Shoot for the legs. Chikisho. What's that? Seito boeki da. Yeah, legitimate self-defense. Seito boeki da. So, damn it. Damn it. Legitimate self-defense. Hey, how's it going? Oh, got killed. Let go, he got killed, I guess. Or no, we're gonna get killed. No, yeah, this is we're gonna die. We're gonna get killed. Let me go. Okay. But thank you. That's what it was. He? Okay. I guess they're getting shot back here. Teme, you. All right, she takes all three of them out. All right. Okay, she's out of breath. Niju Nanago, number 27. Kacha. She drops the gun in surprise. Picks it up again. Okay, so number 27 is, I think, Masaru. Anata wa? Oh, kore wa. Okay, as for you, it's you. As for this... Anata tachi buji datta no ne? Okay, you guys were. So you guys were all right, weren't you? Ja, 27 go mo? Well then, also number 27? Mada oyasumi de gozaimasu. Still, it's a rest. So he's still resting. Yep, there we go. Tonikaku, koko wa kiken yo. In any case, as for this place, it's dangerous. Ima no uchi ni hoka ni utsusanakareba. Okay. So, in any case, as for this place is dangerous, immediately, soon, or basically as soon as possible, must transfer to another place. This is an implied double negative. If we don't transfer to another place immediately, naranai, dameda, etc. Wakaremashita. Understood. Anata tachi ni onegai suru wa. We'll do a wish, a request to you guys. Meaning, like, I have a favor to ask of you, or we'll request to you guys. Oh, to move him. Ja anata wa? Well, as for you, meaning, like, what are you gonna do? So this is Kay saying, like, we got to move him immediately. They say, understood. She says, like, I will entrust that to you, or I will make that wish of you guys. And then they're asking, like, well, what about you? Watashi wa. Me? As for me, 19 go no tokoro e. Towards the location of number 19. So I'm going to number 19. That would be Lady Miyako. Okay. Oh. All right. So at one point, that one guy said, like, our direction also or something. They brought in their own psychics. So we got psychic on psychic action going here. Ah! Okay. Floor is feeling the strain. Wah! Kiyomi dashite wa naranu. Okay, so Midasu is to be disordered or to, yeah. As for disordering the spirit, it will not become. Basically, keep your focus. Don't let your attention, your spirit, your focus be disordered. Ah! Oh! It is Midasu, right? Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, so their guy gets thrown back. Nice. Tsugi ike! Next one, go. Whoa! Okay, so they've got another one. So like he's basically saying, bring in the next psychic. Okay, again, as in a lot of these stories, the buildings take lots of damage. Ikuzo! Let's go. Okay, so this is the next guy, I guess. All right. Switching scenes, there's Kay. Kay heading down. Dead bodies everywhere. Shikisho korose! Damn it, kill! All right, so again, this is the scene where the sick people were finally attacking the guys with the guns who were trying to do bad things. Oh, okay. Ju o hanase, koro yaro! Like, release your gun? Let go of your gun, you jerk? Yeah, so she's running by this, sees this. Ano onna wa? As for that girl, so I guess he sees her. That woman. Meanwhile, nani ga teikoku gun da? Fuzake yagatte. Okay, what is the Empire Army? What is the Empire Army? Fuzake yagaru. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Making fun of it. What a joke. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. So this is these guys yelling about the Empire. All right, here we go. So there's Kay continuing to run. This guy apparently was watching. Tashika Kaneda to issho ni Harukiya ni ita. Okay, so this is someone that knows the old stuff. Certainly with Kaneda together existed at Harukiya. I remember back in Volume 1, Harukiya was the bar that they used to hang out with. So he's saying certainly that woman was with Kaneda together in Harukiya. Okay. Ooh. What is this? This is Sen. Josen? Oh, Shosen. After all, okay. Shosen wa Niwaka? Niwaka guntai ne. Sude ni. Is it Tolsei? Tolsei ga midare hajimete-iru. Okay. After all, Niwaka. Oops. Oh, sudden abrupt. Okay. That's good because everything else that I knew was Niwa was not going to work here. Niwaka. After all, a sudden, unexpected army group it is, you know? Oh, improvised. Okay. So like after all, it's an improvised army group. She's talking about the I think the Empire group, you know? Already too late. Regulation beginning the order control is beginning to get disarrayed. So they're already falling apart. Okay, so this is Kay saying this. Shikiketo. Command. Shiki, like command direction. Yeah, the chain of command. Shikiketo o Tsubuseba. Self-destruction it is. Jikai? Yeah, self-destruction, disintegration. All right. So, and that's should be Tsubusu, to crush. Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Again, if crush the chain of command, they will do self-destruction. They will disintegrate. Okay. So that all makes sense. All right. And off she goes. And that is the end of chapter 66. So still not resolving kind of where this is going. But as she says, the control, the order is starting to fall apart, starting to get disarrayed. So that's 66. We'll continue next time and see where things go. Chapter 67 next time. All right. Okay. Whew. We're getting close to the end of volume 4. In fact, where are we? How many? Probably like 3 or 4 more chapters. Oh, no, there's more. 1, 2, 3. 5 more chapters. 5 more chapters in volume 4. So we're getting there though. But the volumes were definitely more, they had endings. So that suggests we're coming to the end of this arc, or whatever you want to call it. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Hey, sure, Misfire, if you're around, are you going to be streaming tonight? Or tomorrow morning? Don't forget, Real Chicken Meister will be streaming in about 40 minutes. Maybe. Chicken, if you're around, are you going to be streaming? So if you're not following Chicken, please give a follow to Chicken right now. Real Chicken Meister. And Sherma's Fire, again, probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. And it should be Microscope Monday. Oh, perhaps. So you may see Microscope action at some point. Also, maybe some video gaming and or spinning or knitting, crocheting, something. So check that out. And again, don't forget, Chicken Meister, Real Chicken Meister, in about 40 minutes doing woodblock printing. Yeah, you bet. Hey, are you streaming tonight, tomorrow? Are you doing microscoping? I was just touting the microscoping. I have to wait 1 minute and 9 seconds before giving another shout out. All right. Well, where should we go? We just rated Jams. Oh, no streaming tonight? Wait a minute. Mental Health Day weekend. Only stream on Saturday, Sunday. Oh, okay. Wait. What happened to Microscope Monday? I feel like I'm all off kilter. Oh, the last weekend of the month. You only streamed. Oh, okay. My bad. I've not picked up on your schedule. All the Mondays feel the same to me. Next week. Okay, there you go. Perfect. And that gave me enough time to also shout out Real Chicken. There we go. So I'm gonna be in bed by the time chicken starts. So. Oh, okay. You changed recently, so you don't burn out. Nice. Okay, good. All right. Well, I guess. All right. When did we raid Amu? I feel like we just raided Amu, but that'll be the safe raid. She'll only be on for another 40 minutes too. She goes to bed when I do. Alrighty. So that is going to do it for us for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. If you stuck around from Vincent Sogal's raid or from, if you stuck around from Captain Monday's raid, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you have a good start to your week. It's December, sadly, but you know, it's December, so all the good stuff in December. So have a good one. Again, stay safe, stay well. We will be streaming tomorrow, but this week will be awkward. I've got stuff on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon, and there's other things. So look out for the schedule, and we'll handle it as we get to it. So again, thank you very much. Have a good one, and I will catch y'all next time. Grab a raid message, and I will catch y'all next time. Thanks again.